I call this budget policy workshop to order. It is 5:31 on Thursday, February 27th of 2025. Ms. Trevino, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Rodriguez. Here. Mr. Saul Gonzalez. Ms. Garza. Here. Mayor Houston.
Here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
And for citizen comment, no one has signed up, correct?
That's correct.
All right, then, if you'd read item 1.
Receive a staff presentation, hold discussion regarding the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget policy for the city of San Marcos and provide direction to the city manager.
Ms. Reyes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today's budget policy workshop is the next step of our budget cycle and discussion. We will have several more opportunities to discuss topics brought up today. We have a very deliberate budget process that is outlined by city charter. We had a good discussion at your visioning session last month, going over goals for the next couple of years and reviewing the strategic plan to ensure it reflects that direction. We now shift to this evening's meeting where council provides the parameters of what they want staff to include in the proposed budget. Our budget process also includes regular check-ins for staff to keep elected officials as well as the public informed of what they can expect to see in the proposed budget in August. Each budget cycle is dynamic, and the process leading up to the adoption of our budget will ebb and flow with the changing circumstances. We must be prepared for a significant shift for us locally because of what we're seeing at the state level. Sales tax has been uncertain, homestead exemptions could increase, and the 10% cap could also be reduced, providing us with less flexibility to plan for growth. San Marcos being so sales tax dependent hurts us due to the volatility in the economy. We need to balance our property tax base to change the ratio of how we get our revenues and offset the swings in the market that come with sales tax. The way to mitigate the continual ask of our residential taxpayers is to have more and higher paying taxpayers in the system, specifically commercial and industrial development. Single-family residential typically requires more city resources than the amount of tax revenue that is collected. We know residents have different perspectives when it comes to commercial or industrial development projects, but without growth in those sectors, we're likely to look at areas where we need to cut instead of determining if we can provide additional services. In order to achieve a more balanced state, we must examine our position as a business-friendly community. Ideally, revenue increases would come from the right mix of commercial and industrial development to lessen the burden on our residential taxpayers. And just because we talk about that, that doesn't mean we don't need to find the right industrial and commercial partners to do business with. Economic development has been a saving grace for us in terms of bringing an additional revenue during a time of flat and decreasing property values. You will see in the presentation that the revenue brought in from new development prevented us from needing to cut services further since the value of existing property decreased. The city is struggling to keep up with inflation, and this has created programming and service level impacts. We asked our departments to keep their budgets flat last year, and that resulted in a reduction of some services due to the cost of inflation impacting other necessary functions. And Mr. Locke will talk about some examples of this. One example that I can cite is in our fire department, where they had to come and tell us, okay, we can give you money to help balance the budget, but it's going to mean cutting some of our outreach efforts and community events, their open house and some of the things that they do every year. So those things have already been cut from their budget in order to meet the demands. Reducing property taxes isn't an option for us to maintain service levels. Our tax rate is lower in 2025 than it was in 2020 and lower than the bond election voters approved in 2017. Since this time, we have completed these projects but continue to pay off the debt. So even though the projects are done, we still have to pay off the debt, and we have inflation that's been as a part of that. We seek flexibility through council's direction to plan for a rate between the current tax rate and the voter approval rate. If we don't have our current rate as a minimum, we will have even more of a deficit to make up. Addressing the needs of our diverse and growing community continues to be a shared goal. We appreciate City Council's willingness to collaborate with staff on setting parameters that will guide not only our upcoming budget process, but our operations throughout the next few years. I want to thank Finance Director John Locke and Budget Manager Tricia Patek, as well as Assistant Director Ismael Garcia for their hard work throughout the past few weeks as they collected and compiled this information. We ask that you refrain from asking questions until we get to the council direction slides that are included throughout the presentation. So we've made sure we've kind of built in some areas for us to have that dialogue and discussion. Without further ado, I will now turn it over to Mr. Locke for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes, and Mayor and City Council. This is the agenda for this evening on how the different topics that we're going to discuss. We'll begin by just looking at the overall budget calendar that will be followed throughout the budget process. We'll talk a little bit about economic development and even go over some of the tax increment financing zones that the city has, as well as provide an overview of the current 380 agreements that the city has. We'll discuss council strategic goals and the overall budget process. And then we get into the fund discussions where we'll discuss the general fund, the 6 enterprise funds that we have, as well as the hotel tax and community enhancement fund. So just beginning with the calendar for fiscal year 26, as council knows, we already had visioning, and that's where council refined their strategic goals. This evening, we begin the discussion on a budget policy, and next month at the March 18th meeting will be the day that City Council adopts the budget policy, and it'll create the parameters that the city manager and staff will use in building the fiscal year 26 budget. Prior to that budget policy adoption, there will be a public hearing, so residents will have an opportunity to address City Council on their thoughts on the budget policy. Following that, we do have a meeting with the Neighborhood Commission to present the budget policy to them and get any feedback they have on the fiscal year 26 budget. After that, the next key date will be the preliminary tax roll, and that's on April 30th. That is always an important date. Until we get that, we're unaware where our values will be for the upcoming fiscal year. We have to just use estimates up to that point. That'll be followed up by 2 budget workshops, one in May and one in June. And prior to us submitting the budget to City Council on August 19th, we'll receive the certified roll. There will be another presentation to the Neighborhood Commission after the budget is delivered to City Council to get any other feedback that the Neighborhood Commission may have on the proposed budget. And prior to the budget being considered and adopted on September 16th, there'll be a minimum of 4 public hearings, 2 on the tax rate and 2 on the budget, as well as any public hearings on any rate adjustments that may be proposed for the fiscal year 26 budget. Before we get going, I'm just going to arrange this a little differently. Okay, so we'll begin discussing economic development and start off on just why economic development is needed. Economic development generates more employment opportunities for the community that lead to better jobs and increases the standard of living for residents. It diversifies and expands the tax base, reducing the tax burden on residents that Ms. Reyes pointed out in her opening remarks. It's important to have a different mix of commercial developments, from small business to industrial. Residential typically doesn't support itself, and the commercial businesses subsidize residential, and residential also has a greater demand on city resources typically than what businesses do. Economic development also promotes the expansion of existing local businesses. When new businesses come in, they often need the services of existing businesses in the city. And it also brings needed amenities into the city, so residents benefit from those additional amenities. We have various types of economic development tools that are used. We have tax increment financing, and we'll talk a little bit about the 4 zones that the city currently has. We have public improvement districts, and public improvement districts are used to help developers with the public infrastructure in certain developments. We also have Chapter 380 agreements, and we'll provide an overview of those. And economic development cannot occur without the land use entitlements to be able to build. Council's approval of things like zoning and development agreements is instrumental to our community to be able to provide the benefits that are listed on this slide. Now we'll shift and talk a little bit about the tax increment financing. Tax increment financing is something that the city can use to pay for improvements that will encourage economic development within a geographical area. The city currently has 2 types. We have a transportation reinvestment zone, as well as a tax increment reinvestment zone. We have 3 of those. Some of the benefits of the tax increment financing is that it boosts development, that grows property values and increases tax revenue. It helps by bringing public infrastructure in areas that lack sufficient improvement or lack that infrastructure that draw businesses in. And it decreases the cost of private development by providing reimbursement for qualified public improvements that entices that development to occur within a particular area. This slide provides an overview of how tax increment financing works. If you move to the bottom of the screen, you'll see that this particular tax increment zone is for a 20-year term. They typically have a defined term. This particular one is 20 years. At the time that the tax increment financing zone is created, if you look right above at the top of that blue box, a base value is determined. That base value, the city will continue to receive property tax on that base value. It's the growth from that point, the incremental growth, that is shared with the zone. So oftentimes it's not 100%. So with that incremental growth, a portion of that will be deferred or go into the zone to help with the public infrastructure improvements of the zone, and the city will get part of the incremental value too to operate on. As the zone matures and it reaches end of life, then you enter that green stage where the city has all the incremental value plus the base value to operate on. So the portion that was being deferred to the zone to pay for that public infrastructure, the city now has to operate on. So it's important to remember that it is not a new tax. It directs just a portion of the new property tax revenue that's generated within a particular area for improvements within that area. The first zone that we'll talk about is the transportation reinvestment zone. This was created to cover the city's portion of the construction of Loop 110. And the total cost of construction is shared between the city and the county. In this zone, it's set up that 50% of that incremental value goes to the zone and 50% comes to the city. So when you look down at the chart, you'll notice that there's green and blue in each one of the columns. The blue identifies the additional city revenue, and the green is, the green is the additional city revenue, and the blue is the revenue that goes to the zone, or the transportation reinvestment zone. So if you look at fiscal year 2025 and the current fiscal year, it's The total revenue that's going to be generated within this zone is $10 million. $5 million of that is going to go into the zone, and $5 million will come to the city. The total cost of this Loop 110 was $38 million. So the city's portion of that is $19 million. Through fiscal year '24, the city has made $16 million of payments toward its portion. So we're estimating that we're going to have made our full commitment with this zone this fiscal year. It was on a lag and then it went a couple slides. Let me go back. I think it has a mind of its own. It's on the right slide in the small picture to the right, and it's just not on the right slide on, there it is. Now it's on the right picture. The city has been in discussions with the county on a path forward of the city reducing its contributions to this TRIZ. And with the reason being that our obligation will be made sometime this fiscal year. So if that comes to fruition, if you look at the fiscal year 2026, instead of $5.1 million going into the TRIZ, only $100,000 would go into the TRIZ, and the city would have an additional $5 million to operate on. And we'll talk a little bit about that later on in the upcoming forecast.
When you say this fiscal year, are you talking about FY '24 or this fiscal year '25 that we're talking about in all the slides?
We were talking about during fiscal year '25, our payment that we'll make for fiscal year '25.
When you use the term this fiscal year throughout, do you mean '24 or '25?
'25.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am. Yeah, the current fiscal year. I'll just use the current fiscal year.
25 or 26?
Correct. We know it, yeah. Yeah, so it'd be current fiscal year, Mayor.
Current,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
All right, the next zone is the conference center. And this zone was formed to repay the debt that was issued to build the conference center that is accompanied with the Embassy Suites. The debt is repaid in combination between a 2% venue tax and this zone. Right now, we have $6 million still outstanding on the debt. The original debt that was issued for it was $15.5 million. So we are coming close to fully repaying the cost of the conference center. If you look at the slide in fiscal year '25, a total of $36,000 was paid into, that the city received, that was generated by the zone, and $139,000 went into the zone to help repay the debt. We're estimating that next fiscal year in '26, that $144,000 will go towards the repayment of the debt, and $41,000 will come to the city. I'm sorry, there's just a delayed reaction between when I hit the button and when it's changing. Okay, the next one is Kissing Tree, and this is a reimbursement tax increment zone. And what that means is the developer has fronted the money to do all of the public improvements, and the city repays the developer annually by the incremental values that is being created by the development. So in fiscal year '25, there is a total of $2.3 million that the city will receive from this development, and we will repay the developer, reimburse the developer $1.5 million. In total, through fiscal year '24, we've repaid $3.3 million on this project. The maximum reimbursement associated with this project is $46 million. We estimate that in fiscal year '35 is when we will meet the obligation and fully repay the reimbursement under this agreement. And the last zone is our downtown TERS. This was created for public improvements in the downtown area. The cost participation associated with this is 70% goes into the TERS and 30 comes to the city. You'll see a decrease from fiscal year '24 to fiscal year '25 in the total revenue going from $2 million to $1.7 million. That is due to the 2 apartment complexes that were purchased by Texas State, so it removed it from the tax roll. The TERS took the biggest brunt of that. The total impact was a little less than $500,000, and the TERS took on about $300,000 of that, and the general fund took on the additional amount. In fiscal year '25, this zone generated about $500,000 for the city that the city used to operate on, and $1.2 million will go into the zone for the zone activities. All right, now we're going to shift to Chapter 380 agreements. And a Chapter 380 agreement authorizes the city to offer incentives that are designed to promote economic development within the city. The city also has an economic development policy that permits incentives in the form of sales or property tax rebates, job-based grants, or waivers from certain development standard. We currently have 14 active Chapter 380 agreements. There is a link included in the presentation slide. If you click on that link, it will take you to the comptroller's database where you can see all of the different development agreements that we have. The Chapter 380 agreements also provide the opportunity to offer incentives that will attract businesses to the city, as well as industries and needed amenities to the city. It stimulates business and commercial activity by promoting local economic development, and they allow the city to bring in desirable businesses that enhances the community's quality of life. And it also allows city council to negotiate the types of jobs that are brought into the city. I'm just waiting for the slide to change.
You can tell us what's on the slide.
Okay. This slide provides an overview of all of the city's 380 agreements. As you look at the slide, you'll notice that some of them are in yellow. Those in yellow just haven't started yet. Those are development agreements that haven't begun. These are in order by the end date. So as you move from left to right, you'll notice that a blue box is around the estimated project revenue, estimated project rebate, and estimated project net benefit to the city. assumes that all of the conditions within the performance agreement are met, and so this would be the maximum amount of revenue that the project would generate, and as well as the net benefit to the city. So if you look at the top one there, Tanger Outlets, the estimated project revenue is just over $4 million. The project rebate, the city would rebate $1.7 million back to Tanger, and the city would retain $2.8 million. To the right of that, it shows what has actually occurred so far through the agreement. So the actual revenue generated through that agreement was just under $3.5 million. The city has rebated $1.2 million, and the net benefit to the city has been $2.2 million. This next slide will show the net benefit to the city and the rebate to the county through not to the county, my apologies, to the business or developer through 2034. If you look at fiscal year 2026, we estimate that the agreements, if all conditions are met for all 14 active agreements, will generate $3.5 million in total revenue. Of that amount, $2.6 million would be rebated to the developer, and the city would retain $900,000. As you look at the chart, the green is the amount, the net benefit to the city, and the blue are the rebates that are going back to the developer or the business. So as you move from left to right, you can see how the rebates get smaller and smaller, and the city retains more and more of the revenue that are generated through these agreements. Until when you get to 2034, of the $6.5 million that would be generated, the city would retain $6.2 million of that, and the amount rebated is just over $200,000. If you look to the far right, there's a chart that has from 2025 through 2034, the total rebates that the city would have. And you can see there's a slight uptick in 26 and 27. That is just to account for the two new recent developments that the city has had with Buc-ee's and H-E-B. So across this time period, though, it would generate roughly $50 million across the 14 agreements, and of that amount, the city would retain $37 million and rebate $13 million. All right, as we begin discussing the budget, we begin discussing things that impact all funds. And beginning with council's strategic goals, every budgeted expense should point back to one of council's 5 strategic goals. As Ms. Reyes touched on in the opening remarks, the budget is a dynamic process, and it requires us to ensure that the budget aligns with City Council's strategic goals, focus on our core services, be diligent in managing our available capacity. This was especially challenging in fiscal year 25 due to the way that sales tax and property tax were down for the current fiscal year, or not down, they just didn't grow as much as what we have experienced in years past. For property tax, they were down for sales tax, and it's looking like it's going to be a similar year in fiscal year 26. And we continually monitor and respond to changes in revenues and expenses. And this was also something that came into play during fiscal year 24. With the downturn of the sales tax, we had to turn to our sales tax contingency plan within our financial governance policy. So in total, we were $3.5 million short of budget with sales tax. And staff worked to implement cost-saving measures so that we could offset that $3.5 million revenue shortfall by expense savings. This slide goes a little bit deeper into the budget process and touches on some of the internal processes that we do and some of what the departments do in developing their budgets. As we've already touched on, it begins with visioning and budget policy. That's what's used to direct staff in building the upcoming fiscal year 2026 budget. Sometime in mid-March to mid-April, the department will enter their 2026 budget estimates. And these budgets include a description as well as a justification for them. It's not a matter of where the budget just carries from one year to the next. They enter in for each of the general ledger, for each of the account numbers, what they're going to spend within that account number that builds that budget amount. From there, around the April timeframe, which also happens to be when we receive our preliminary tax roll, the department sits down with the finance department and we go through each one of the account numbers and just have a discussion about any kind of increases or any kind of challenges that the department may have with the upcoming budget, depending upon the constraints that are put on them in building their budget. After that review, in the April to May timeframe, the department sits down with the city manager's office, and they go through their budget. And the city manager's office are going through their budget with the overall budget capacity in mind. If we're in a mode where we know that we need to reduce expenses, then the city manager's office knows that, and they're talking to the departments about areas where we were able to cut without impacting service levels too much. From there, I should have touched on in the March-April timeframe when the departments enter their budgets, they also submit what we call a supplemental request. A supplemental request is for anything that is in addition to their current budget. So if they would like to provide a new service or program or add new personnel, that's done through a supplemental request. And then as a group in the May-June timeframe, we sit down with all the directors in a room, and the directors share why that supplemental request is important to them and how it would impact their department and services that they provide. And they're ultimately prioritized. And dependent upon the capacity that the fund has to cover the cost of these new programs, that's how far down the list, we'll go to be able to including those in the upcoming budget. After that point, in July, we do get the certified tax roll, and after we get the certified tax roll, oftentimes there's little changes that have to occur just because the certified roll will be off a little bit from the preliminary roll. So once the budget is finalized, then the city manager is able to submit that budget to city council, and it becomes city council's budget. City council will deliberate on the budget through August and through September before it is ultimately adopted. This is just an example of, in the general fund, the types and number of requests that departments make that don't make it into the budget. There's often a lot of personnel requests where there's just not enough capacity to approve all the different requests, as well as operating requests. In this example, it shows roughly $6 million of requests that weren't able to be included. Something that's not listed on here, and that is arguably just as important in fiscal year 25, when departments were asked to keep their budgets at the fiscal year 24 level, even though there was 2.6% of inflation. That was essentially a 2.6% budget cut, and which added up, it saved the city $540,000. That was what it would have cost if departments would have been able to increase their budgets to keep up with inflation. These are some of the budget considerations that are applied across all funds. First, you've already heard it a couple times. The budget is informed by City Council's strategic plan goals. That is what we begin with. The budget policy also provides that ground framework for us in building the budget. We continue to forecast our revenues based on historical trends. We increased operating expense forecasting to maintain current service levels due to the current rise in inflation, and that is if we're able to do so. We weren't able to in fiscal year '25, and we may not be able to in fiscal year '26. Benefits from economic development agreements are considered, and in the upcoming budget, we're looking at the benefits that will be recognized from the Buc-ee's and the HEB agreements that we recently entered in. Those are included in the forecast that City Council will see. We also considered staffing strategies to support being an employer of choice, continue to evaluate recruitment and retention strategies, continue implementing the employee compensation philosophy, and as an example, that's the employee benefits, as well as developing a merit and career progression plans, and increase personnel to adequately support core services. And this is obviously up to the available capacity to do so. We will also be updating the financial policy with the fiscal year 2026 budget, as well as the debt management plan. And that will be coming to City Council later on in the budget process for consideration. Inflation has an impact on our budget. We've already talked a little bit about fiscal year '24, and the inflation for fiscal year '24 rate was 2.6%. So the departments took a 2.6% budget cut by not being able to keep up with inflation that year. There were some service level impacts felt by that. Ms. Reyes gave an example of that, and that was with the fire department, and it impacted their public outreach and education programs. Specifically, it eliminated their open house, their Citizens Fire Academy, and their program Pancakes with Santa, and there was a reduction in their plastic fire helmets and stickers for the kids that they give away at public engagement events. There was a grant that they received that saved the Junior Fire Academy. That's a really popular academy. And due to the city receiving a grant, that was able to continue this year. So that was good. So as we look to fiscal year 2026, the estimated inflation rate is going to be right around 2.7%. If the departments are asked to hold their budget at the same rate again, that would be a combined budget cut of 5.3% across those 2 years. And so at some point, we will begin to see more significant service level impacts if that trend continues. Now we'll just begin to get into fund-specific information, beginning with the city's largest operating fund, the general fund. The general fund accounts for all resources that are not required to be accounted for in another fund, like the water, wastewater, or electric fund. Those are required to be tracked in their own individual funds. The primary revenue source in the general fund is sales tax and property tax. And it supports core services such as public safety, parks and recreation, neighborhood enhancement, and the capital improvement program. The types of capital improvement projects that this fund provides resources for are roads, fire stations, and park and recreation items. Close to 2/3 of the total general fund budget come from property tax and sales tax. And this slide shows the total property tax that the city has and how much we have to actually operate on, as well as the total sales tax. So if you begin with the property tax, for fiscal year '25, the city received a total of $59.8 million in property tax. Debt always comes off the top, so $13 million was automatically reduced from that to make the city's debt service payments for the year. And then the amount of revenue that will go towards the tax increment zones that we just discussed is $7.7 million, and that leaves $38 million for the city to operate on. The total sales tax budgeted for fiscal year '25 is $39 million. So when you add that to the $38 million of property tax revenue, that gives $77 million that the city operates on. So for every dollar of property tax and sales tax that the city receives, 79 cents of that is used for operations. 13 cents of it goes towards debt service payments, which is paying for those capital projects. And 8 cents of it goes into a tax increment zone. This next slide is just providing some of the bills that have been filed in the 89th legislative session and how they may impact the general fund. The first one is the sales tax, and that there's a bill that would exempt internet access services from paying sales tax. The category that internet companies fall under is telecom, and these companies provide a bunch of different services like cellular, internet, and cable. So it's difficult to drill down into what the economic impact would be if this bill were to pass, but the total sales tax generated by the telecom industry is $750,000. And so we know a portion of that would go away should this bill pass. There are a lot of property tax bills that have been filed, as there normally are. The first bill listed up there is one that would actually repeal the property tax code and make the city unable to levy a property tax beginning in 2031. They're trying to determine how property tax revenue could be replaced with local sales and use tax revenue. Another bill filed would remove the tax calculation multiplier and would require an election for any revenue increase. City Council may recall that in 2019, the legislative session passed Senate Bill 2, and that reduced the voter approval rate at that time. We used to be able to allow the additional tax growth to be increased by 8%. So Senate Bill 2 reduced it from 8% to 3.5%. So this bill is proposing to take the 3.5% away and just force an election if the city is going to increase revenue at all. There's also a couple bills to establish a mandatory tax freeze for the elderly and disabled. And what a tax freeze is when someone turns 65 years of age, the property tax levy that they pay at that time would be frozen. It would never go higher than that. It could go lower than that if the city were to reduce its tax rate or their property value decreased, but it would never go higher than that. There have been multiple bills, several bills filed that proposes to reduce the current 10% appraisal cap anywhere from 2.5% to 5%. More than likely, something will come from this one, and that's just my opinion. There are so many bills filed that to reduce that 10% cap, it would not surprise me if something comes from this. Currently, under the 10% cap, there's $215 million of property that the city is unable to tax, which would generate $1.3 million in revenue had that property been taxable. There's also several bills that are being proposed to change the appraisal cap for the non-homestead properties. So these are more the business properties. In the last legislative session, there was a pilot program for tax years 2024 through 2026 that put a cap on non-homestead property value growth of 20%. This is just for non-homestead properties of $5 million or less. So it put a 20% cap so the value growth from one year to the next couldn't exceed 20%. Under some of these bills' proposals, they would make that 20% cap permanent, so it wouldn't be a pilot program, it would become permanent. There are some that would increase that $5 million limit to $10 million. So it would increase the number of businesses that would receive that would fall into that cap. And there are some that propose to reduce the cap to 8%, from 20% to 8%. Currently, at its current level, at 20%, there's $28 million of property that hit that cap, and that represents about $171,000 of revenue annually that we would have otherwise had. Now we'll get into discussing property tax in a little bit more detail. First is how a dollar of property tax is divided. When a resident pays property tax, they're paying more than just the city. And what this slide shows is for every dollar of property tax, 52 cents goes to the school district, 31 cents comes to the city, 16 cents goes to Hays County, and 1 cent goes to the Hays County Road District. This slide shows the growth in the city's taxable value, and it shows it from 2018 through 2025. It begins with the tax rate, and in 2018, that 61.39 is the 2017 bond election rate. And you can see that the city has held its tax rate below that since 2021, and we've been at the same tax rate since 2022 at 60.3. To the right of that is the net taxable value, and in 2025, the total net taxable value was $10 billion, which was up 4.8% from the prior year. To the right of that is the value of the tax increment zones that we just discussed. That value is removed, and what's remaining is what the city has to operate on, and that's the $8.8 billion shown in the remaining net taxable value. And it increased 4.5% from the prior year. This slide shows the new property taxable value that has been added over the years. If you look at the slide, you'll see that the last 2 years, we've been over $500 million of new value that has been added to the tax roll. And that actually, our 3-year average is $506 million, and our 5-year average is just under $400 million. To the right of that, it breaks down the new taxable value added between residential and commercial. What's shown up there as percent complete, those are just developments that aren't fully complete yet, so there's only a portion of it that is taxable. And we're unaware if that is in residential or commercial. But looking at what was fully completed between residential and commercial, for residential, there are a total of 770 units at $204 million of value. So the average value added by a new residential development or unit was $265,000. For commercial units, there are a total of 41 of those for a value of $226 million. So the average value of each commercial unit added was $5.5 million. So it actually takes 21 houses to equal one commercial development. And that is why the commercial development is so important to the city, and it helps reduce the tax burden on the residential customers. This slide shows the tax exemptions that City Council has approved. The most recent exemption was approved in 2022, and it took effect for fiscal year 2023. So as you're looking at the slide, you'll see the green in the background. That is the exempted value. That's just the value that was of the homes that are exempted from being taxed. The light blue color is for the over 65, and the darker blue color is for the homesteads. So you see from 22 to 23, the total amount that was exempted went from $300,000 to $1 million. In the current fiscal year 25, that's grown to $1.3 million. And based on the growth rates that we're seeing, we're estimating that the total exempted value for fiscal year 26 will be $1.6 million. There are two components to the tax rate, and those two components are operations and debt. If the tax rate remains the same, a change in one of those will have the opposite effect on the other. So as you can see in this slide, if the debt rate goes up, then the operations rate has to come down if the tax rate remains the same. And we're going to show some examples how that impacts operations, as well as the CIP example in the next few slides. This slide shows the value of a penny. Right now, we're estimating that the value of a penny on the tax rate will generate $986,000. And on the operational side, it shows what $986,000 would buy us. It would buy us 6 police officers, including vehicle, uniforms, and equipment, our entire code compliance division, 9.5 lane miles of paving, which is about 2 neighborhood projects, almost half of the cost to run the animal shelter, the city clerk's office, including salaries and contracted services, or 6 firefighters, including all their uniforms and equipment. That's what 1 cent on the tax rate would buy us. Moving to the debt side, which is the capital project side, 1 cent, that $986,000, would buy us over a $12 million project. So it would build a new fire station, for instance, Fire Station 7. It would make the Old Ranch Road 12 improvements from Craddock to Holland. It would pay for the Wallace Addition offsite drainage improvements or the Sunset Acres Phase 3. It would provide for the downtown reconstruction of North LBJ and Alley improvements. And it would cover a third of the Purgatory Creek channel improvements for Phase 1. So those are the decisions in the balancing act that when we talk about balancing the tax rate between operations and debt, these are the decisions that we're trying to make. So the next few slides will get into a little bit more detail about the debt portion of the tax rate. So this slide shows the assumptions that went into projecting what the debt component of the tax rate will be over the next few years. It assumes that our tax rate will remain the same, the 60.3 cents, and that the annual issuance for the capital improvement plan will be in 2026. You see 11.4 million. That includes a little bit for stormwater. In 27, 30.7 million, which includes an issuance for stormwater as well. And in 28 and 29, $20 million for each one of those years. It also assumes some issuance for equipment replacement, which is non-capital improvement plan related items. And you can see the annual amounts listed there. And just to give you an example of what this equipment replacement items would be, radios is a good example of that. The radios that the city uses need to be replaced, and so we're working with LCRA on when these radios need to be replaced because they're going to be phased out. So we came up with about a 4-year plan of replacing all the city's radios, and it's going to take about $1 million a year in order to do so. Other items that are included in this would be fire engines, the firefighter air packs, as well as dump trucks that different city departments use. Finance worked with departments in building a citywide equipment replacement plan, and the total equipment that needs to be replaced annually is $6.6 million. What this plan assumptions built into this assume is that we'll replace half of that. So on average, we're going to replace about $3.3 million of that a year through issuing short-term tax notes. So with those assumptions in mind, this shows the shift in the forecasted debt tax rate. The slide shows what the total taxable value will be. To the right of that is the estimated debt service needed. And this includes, like currently, if you're looking at fiscal year 26, the current debt service amount is $14.4 million. So there's $1.5 million of new debt that will be coming on. So the estimated debt service needed for FY26, the 15.8, I just want to make it clear that it includes debt service for projects that we've already issued debt for, which is $14.4 million, plus about $1.5 million of new debt for the projects that we're going to issue certificates of obligation here shortly. Council just received a presentation on that this month about the projects that we're going to fund in the next CIP plan. To the right of that, based on our current tax rate, keeping our current tax rate, or based on our current debt service rate, the debt service component of the tax rate, we can only generate $15.4 million. The current debt rate is 15.3%, so that'll generate $15.4 million. So we're $492,000 short of being able to cover all of the debt service. So that means that we need to shift about a half a cent from operations to debt to be able to cover that. And then the debt rate split, and when we talk about the split, that is the percent of the total tax rate that the debt rate makes up, is 26%. So as you look for each one of those years and for each one of the debt issuances that we have for the capital improvement plan and for the equipment replacement plan, by the time we would get to 2029, a total of just under 3 cents would shift from operations to debt and would take that debt rate split up to 30%. That 3 cents is roughly $3 million because we shared that a penny is about $1 million. So in order to keep up with the capital improvement and equipment replacement plan, it's going to require a shift over the next few years to more money on the debt service side. This slide provides a historical and a forecasted trend of the tax rate split. As you can see, if you go all the way back to 2015, it was the blue is operations and the gray is debt. And the split at that time was 55% was operations and 45% debt. And you can see that gray, which is the debt portion, is getting smaller and smaller. And just as the city grew, and we needed more money to go to operations to provide services to residents, it really constrained the capital projects. And from 26 to 29, what we're proposing to do is increasing that out to about 30%. To give council an idea of where our peer cities are in their tax rate splits, this slide shows that the average debt portion of the tax rate is at 41%. The city right now has the second lowest debt rate split at 25%. Austin has the lowest at 20%. And you can see Georgetown has the highest debt rate percent at 66%. So if the city were to move to 30%, we would be the fourth highest. We'd be somewhere between Round Rock and College Station out there. All right, so that is the background, some background information on property tax, and now we'll shift into sales tax. Internally, we track sales tax into two categories, and what we refer to as base sales tax, and then the outlet malls. And this chart shows base sales tax in blue, and the outlet malls are in green. You'll notice that there's a dotted line in green that's going across the chart, and that is the percent of total sales tax that the outlet malls make up. If you look at the beginning of the chart in 2018, that was 34%. And then if you go as far as where the 2025 budget, that has decreased to 21%. Which is good news because the city is less reliant on the outlet malls, so we're diversifying that sales tax base. Just a couple things to point out on this slide. Look at the 2024 actuals, we generate $38.6 million of sales tax, which was $3.5 million less than what we budgeted. So if you look to the left on the slide, the 2024 budget was, we expected to bring in $42 million in sales tax. If you look to the right of that, what we budgeted for fiscal year 25 is $39 million, which is less than what we budgeted in 2023. So we've lost about 2 years in sales tax growth, and that's part of the challenge that we've had this year, as well as what we're going to run into next year. Instead of seeing significant sales tax growth year over year, it's going to take us a couple years to even get back to where we were in fiscal year 2023. The 12-month rolling average is a good measure of where the city's sales tax is heading. It takes away the volatility of looking at it from month to month. And what this slide shows is, for instance, if you look at December of 24, the 12-month rolling average is showing you that all the sales tax revenue generated from January through December of 2024, and it's comparing that to all the sales tax revenue generated between January and December of 2023. And in that comparison, sales tax decreased by 2.3%. So you can see the downward slide that we've been on with our sales tax. From November, we were to the plus of over 4%. And it looks like we have hopefully hit bottom. If you look at September, we hit a bottom of just below -3%, and we've been on an upward trajectory. And most recently in January, we are at a -1.7%, so we are seeing improvement. These are our top 10 sales taxpayers. The Comptroller's Office does not allow us to share the sales tax generated by an individual business. So, but we can aggregate them. That's why it says confidential information, and then show you the total amount for a group of sales taxpayers. So our top 10 sales taxpayers, and they're ranked from highest to lowest. You can see the majority of them are in the retail industry. When you see a number 9 by the NAICS, which is the North American Industry Classification System, that means that's for a retail business. 24 is for public administration, and 8 is for the wholesale trade. So our largest sales taxpayer is in the wholesale building trade. So in total, those top 10 sales taxpayers generated $3.4 million in fiscal year 24 through January. And in fiscal year 25 through January, they've only generated 3.2. So they're down $186,000, or about 5%. And when you look at our total fiscal year 25 collections, those top 10 companies have generated 22% of our total sales tax collections. This slide compares the fiscal year '25 to the budget as well as to the year before in fiscal year '24. So if you look at the blue box and fiscal year '25 actuals, we've brought in $13.9 million of sales tax as of January of 2025. Compared to the budget, we only expected to bring in $13.4 million, so we are up 4% or $500,000 at this point in the year. To the right of that, you can compare it to where we were at this point last year, and we're $200,000 to the good. If you look at the chart in the far right, what it does is it's adjusted to remove the sales tax payer with the largest decrease, which just so happens to be our largest sales tax payer. If you take that sales tax payer out for '24 and '25, we would be up $800,000 or 6%, which is good news. We looked at this during the budget process last year, and it was the same thing, so it just shows that the sales tax base is growing. In our discussions with that largest sales tax payer and looking at their sales tax trend, we expect for them to be back at their baseline with the May sales tax allocation, which will be our April sales tax payment. This is just a refresher of what we shared with City Council during visioning. These are just the underlying assumptions that went into that general fund forecast. For property tax, there was average growth of 7.5%. Sales tax would grow 1.7%, and there were no other fee adjustments assumed in that forecast. On the expense side, there would be an average of 3 to 5% increase for personnel costs, and the city would take on all the expiring federal funding, the general fund would, for 4 positions as well as the associated operating expenses that the ARPA funding is currently covering. Across the 4-year forecast that's on the next slide, a total of 31.5 positions would be added for public safety, municipal courts, and that include positions for all 3 of those departments. In addition to that, it includes the equipment replacement plan, a legacy software allocation, transitioning vehicles to lease payment. These are vehicles that currently aren't on the lease program that the city just owns outright. And we're trying to get a sales tax contingency built in, which would help us manage years like last year when we saw a big downturn in sales tax collections. So this was the result of that forecast with those assumptions. This is what City Council saw during visioning. For 2026, we were looking at a $5 million shortfall. On this slide, we would want the green, which represents revenue, to be at or above the blue, which is the total expenses. And with these assumptions, if we did nothing to the right of that, you can see that we would not have a fund balance by the time we got to 2029, which of course we would not allow to happen. So before we show this revised forecast, we're just covering a couple of things that are changing that forecast. And first, a look at the fiscal year '25 property tax revenue growth compared to fiscal year '24. And this is just looking at revenue growth. So the total change in the growth in revenue in '25 compared to the revenue growth in '24, it was actually down by $6 million. The existing property appraisal growth revenue was down by 6.4, and new property that was added to the roll was up by over $100,000. So that combined amount is where we get the 6.3. And there's a slide following that will help explain that a little more. We're also looking at housing value trends for fiscal year '26. Zillow has a national index, which is specific to San Marcos, that shows what the typical home value was as of January 1st, 2024, which that home value would be used for fiscal year '25. It was over $340,000. for January 1st, 2025, which that value will be used for fiscal year '26, that dropped by 4% down to $324,000. There's also a more local Four Rivers Realty Association that they have a partnership with the Texas Realtors Association and the Real Estate Center at Texas A&M. And they provide a report that shows the median home sales price. In 2024, the average median home sales price for the entire year was $346,000. Compared to 2025, it was $327,000. So that is also showing that the home values are decreasing. And so we've updated the fiscal year '26 property tax forecast to reflect these trends. On the previous slide, I talked a little bit about the growth in revenue change, and this slide explains that a little more. If you look at fiscal year 2024, we had new growth of $9 million of new property tax revenue in 2024. Of that amount, if you look at blue, that is existing property appraisal growth. So existing property appraisal grew by $5.8 million. And new property that was added to the roll grew by $3.3 million. So that's how we get the $9 million. When you look to the right of that for fiscal year '25, which is our current fiscal year, we only saw $2.7 million of growth. The existing property growth actually shrank. It went down by $700,000. That new development helped balance the budget because it added $3.4 million, so the total netted out to that 2.7. What we're expecting to see in fiscal year '26 is something similar. We're expecting that the existing appraisal growth is going to be negative again at negative $300,000, and what we included was the 3-year average, which is that we'd add about $500 million of value in new property value. That would generate $3 million, so that would give us about $2.7 million of growth. To the right of that, you can just see the tax rate that has been in place, over that period of time, and that we have been at the 60.3 since 2022. So in this updated assumption, these updated forecasts, these are the assumptions that go into that. For property tax, we adjusted it for the trends in the reappraisal and new growth. We also included some amounts for Buc-ee's and HEB through those new developments. We adjusted for the tax increment financing that at the beginning of the presentation, we talked about the transportation reinvestment zone being able to shift some of that into the general fund and reducing the contribution to that zone. We also adjusted the taxable value increase. At the original forecast at visioning had it at 7.5%, and due to the decline in values we're seeing, that got adjusted to 4.5%. And that for '26 and from '27 through '29, we just set it at 5%. On the
John, real quick, before you move on, I think it's a very important point, because I think a lot of you probably get asked, and I know I get asked too, is like, we see all this new stuff going in, where's the money going? And so what's important about that is the fact that because, yes, you're seeing some things growing, but you're also seeing that some of the things are reducing. So because values are declining and because sales tax have not been real stable, then that's what's helped, again, to balance things so that we're not just seeing full decline, right? And so I think that's the important just thing I wanted to point out, because I know that, again, that's something that I get asked a lot, and it's important for y'all to have that understanding as well.
Thank you. And on the expense side, there are no changes from the visioning forecast. So making those changes, it did reduce the shortfall from the $5 million that we saw at the visioning forecast, and now we're looking at a shortfall of $2.5 million. And you can look out to the right and see the impact to our fund balance. If we did nothing throughout this forecast period, other than what these assumptions, what the impact to our fund balance would be. And it also shows the tax rate split, which we discussed earlier would get up to 30% by the time we hit 2029. We also estimated what the tax rates might be for next fiscal year and fiscal year 26. It's important to note that the tax rate calculation is a 10-page form, and we don't really have a lot of information right now, so a lot of this is estimates. So when we bring you the actual tax rates in the August time period, they may look different from this. This is just our best estimate right now with the information that we have. So using that, the no new revenue rate would be just under 56 cents, and our current rate is 60.3. So what this slide shows is if we were to go to any of these other rates, what the change in revenue would be. In the center column, it shows the total property tax revenue, and the furthest from the right, it shows the revenue difference from our current rate. So if we were to go with the no new revenue rate, it would be a reduction of $4.2 million in property tax revenue. If we were to go with the rate that was approved during the 2017 bond election, it would increase it to 61.39, and that would generate an additional $1 million of revenue. If we went with the voter approval rate, that's estimated to be 61.54. That would generate an additional $1.2 million of revenue.
So I had a question. If we're expecting property values to go down, how is taxing a smaller value at a lower rate going to generate the same revenue?
That's a good question, because typically you would see the no new revenue, the city's current rate being below the no new revenue where the property value is going down.
Right.
And it is from shifting the value that's going into the transportation reinvestment zone. Right now, there's $800 million of value going into that zone. The majority of that would come over and to the city's operational funds. And there's an adjustment for that in the tax rate calculation worksheet. So that's the reason for it.
Okay.
The reason for the difference? Typically, in an environment where the reappraised growth is going down, our current tax rate would be at or below that no new revenue rate.
Right.
By us reducing our contributions to the TRIZ because our payment obligation is over, that shifts that value from the TRIZ over to general fund operations. And there is an adjustment in the tax rate calculation worksheet that accounts for that.
Okay, thank you.
And in total, it's about $800 million of value. This slide just shows what the shortfall would look like if the city were to go all the way to the voter approval rate at the 61.5 cents. We would have a shortfall of $1.3 million. So that concludes everything on the general fund. These next couple of slides are just slides that City Council requests, and it just shows the total Human Services Advisory Board allocation. And actually, after these next couple of slides, we'll be to the decision points. So this first couple slides shows the Human Service Advisory Board allocations from fiscal year 21 through 25. And it has the organization or agency that received the most first, and it's just in descending order from there. So the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center in fiscal year '25 received a total of $60,000. And across that 5-year period, they received $360,000. On the next slide, where it continues, if you go all the way to the bottom, you can see the total amount that has been set aside for HSAB over the years. And City Council increased that amount in fiscal year '24 from $500,000 to $550,000. So you see that increase. And we also have put some American Rescue Plan Act funding towards HSAB too, and you can see that funding where it was included in fiscal year '22, '23, and '24. This slide shows the agencies that received Community Development Block Grant funding, and it's in that same order. So the city's administration is shown first. So in fiscal year '25, the administrative cost was $153,000, and across that 5-year period, it was $727,000. And you can just see the different amounts that were paid out to the different agencies. In fiscal year '25, it was $766,000. And that would take us to the decision points for the general fund.
And everyone, we've been here almost 90 minutes, which is our usual break time. So if y'all are okay with it, how about we take a break, reconvene at 7. Returned from our break. It is now 7:02, and we will start with the decision points. So, do you want to call these out, or do you want me to?
I can call them out, Mayor.
Okay.
The first one is keep the tax rate between the current rate and the voter approval rate.
And to remind everyone, the current rate,
Is
stop
six-
me if I'm wrong on anything I say up here. No, you can go ahead.
I was just going to say it's 60.3.
And the voter approval rate is
I think it was
61.54.
60.54,
Yeah,
yes.
I wrote it down.
Okay.
Okay, council, I need your preference at this point, and we will see where we end up. I'll start with Ms. Rodriguez.
I was actually gonna go in the middle at 61.39. Like y'all told us, that was the previous rate in 2017. People seem to like it, and so that's where I was headed.
All right, okay. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Garza.
I don't know, I'm also curious to hear like my colleagues' rationale so I can like kind of see what's up. Like what, you know?
Okay, I'll come to you last. Mr. Scott? Keep it at, if you turn on your microphone, please,
I'll keep it as it is.
at the 60.30. Mr. Mendoza?
I'm at the current rate at 60.30.
And Mr. Gonzalez on this side.
I thought this was a yes, no question. I actually had a question about, which I guess, I don't know how realistic it is, but I know these numbers are all estimates because we still need to get the final from the appraisal district. So right now, we're estimating the voter approval rate at 61.54. The 2017 bond election rate was, it's just here for reference, right? Because if for whatever reason, the voter approval rate actually ends up being below 61.39, the fact that the voters approved that 8 years ago isn't enough for us to actually set it at that rate, right? We would still have to.
Yeah, actually, yeah, the voter approval rate doesn't mean what the voters approved years
It's
ago.
The maximum. I was just wondering why, like, I guess why that number
It's-
is even there if it's not.
It's the
really-
maximum we can do without going back to
Correct.
the voters, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Locke? As of this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's-
And what was that?
And the 2017 voter, that bond election rate, that was just the rate that the voters approved back in 2017 to pay for the debt service that we are still paying
Well,
for.
I guess my question, to simplify it, is the fact that the voters approved that rate at what point doesn't mean that we could put, like, so let's say the voter approval rate comes back at 61.38.
Yeah.
If we wanted to set it at 61.39, we would still have to have another election.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Wait,
But I
say
guess
that again?
To answer,
Yeah.
if the final numbers bring our voter approval rate to 61.38, for example, but we want it at 61.39, the fact that the voters approved that 8 years ago isn't
It's-
enough for us to do it. We would
It's-
still have to have another election.
It's not relevant to this
That was basically what my question was. but-
conversation. So you're saying if the 6154 ends up being lower?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And so your
Okay.
response is maybe?
Maybe, yeah. To keep it between the current rate and the voter approval rate. I definitely don't want to go and have to have another election.
So you're saying in between there?
Yeah.
Which means that, I'm reading that to say that you would be willing to look at 61.54.
Yes,
Okay,
possibly.
all right. Ms. Garza?
Sure, yeah, I mean, same thing, copy paste, I don't know.
Okay.
It's like a weird thing to ask, like, right off the bat. Like, it's,
Well, and let me just clarify, and this gives y'all a little bit of extra kind of level of understanding and comfort about what the reason we're asking for this today is because it's important for us to know the guardrails and the parameters that council's willing to look at, so that when we bring you back a proposed budget or recommended budget expenditures, that it's in line with what those revenues are, right? Now, you don't have to tell me an exact rate that you are willing to go with today, but if you do tell us that you're willing to go between, and that way we can bring you back scenarios, right? And so if it's between the current rate and not, if it's the 2017 bond election amount or the voter approval rate, that at least gives us some flexibility to bring back scenarios that say, if you adopt this tax rate, this is what we can do. If you do it at this rate, then this is what we can do, kind of a thing, as those recommended steps. So if you're saying, I want a tax cut, or you're saying, no, I just want to keep it exactly at this same rate and not willing to look anything else, then we need to know that too at this stage. So if that helps to at least provide some greater context and give you some options, then you can give us a range at this stage, so that we can have those options and bring them back to you.
Okay, and I'm going to go in between, understanding that the 6154 could come down. That was a good point that Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez made. And the reason why I'm willing to go up a little bit is because the legislature increased the school district exemption by $60,000 last year, and also because appraisals are not going up, skyrocketing like they were a few years ago. So my taxes, actually, my total was down just a little bit last year because of that extra 60. That's still in place for this upcoming year, correct? And they're looking at perhaps more.
Expanding it, yeah.
So, yeah, so I'm willing to look at it all the way up to the voter-approved rate. So, and I would like to see the scenarios in between.
Yeah.
So, does that tell you what you need to know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll go ahead and read the next one. Keep debt component of tax rate less than or equal to 30%. Right now, we're at what, 26, 27?
We're at 25, or estimating to be at 26 in fiscal year
And-
26.
A few years, okay. So, council, what's our thought on this one?
I guess, Mr. Locke,
Yeah.
could you, in the simplest of terms, explain to me the benefits of raising it to 30?
The 30 allows the flexibility for us to continue with the capital improvement program, as well as that equipment replacement plan that we shared, that was on a couple slides, so that the city can invest in those infrastructure needs that we have, as well as replace equipment that we already have that is just aged out and we need to replace it. So giving us the flexibility to go to 30, it looked like when we were forecasting out that we can remain under 30. We just needed the latitude to be able to go there with the tax rate.
And would anybody who rates us, rating agencies, find a 70-30 ratio okay?
Yes, ma'am. That was part of the reason of sharing that slide that had our peer cities on it. And the average peer city was at 41%. So we're still well below the average.
So it's healthy. So I'll be personally supporting raising that debt limit to 30%, the debt component to 30%.
So you're good with the 30? For now or in the future?
Well, for now, I think this is specific to just fiscal year 26, or how would that work?
This was, what we were going to do, we're going to use this number to update our debt management plan. And so that 30% is just going to be written into our debt management plan, that is the limit that City Council has established for us. So it would be, until that number was changed someday, 30% will be the limit.
Okay.
And on that someday example, could the someday be next fiscal year in the case some, need arises to
Yes,
to bring it
yes,
back?
yes, ma'am. That is something that City Council can change on an annual, I guess you don't even have to wait for an annual basis if you wanted to review it in the middle of the fiscal year.
Okay.
So if I can provide a little bit of context. So at one time, we had, so as Mr. Locke talked about, there's a balancing act, right? It's operations and debt. Those are the two things your tax rate goes to. And so there was a time in our past where a lot more went to debt than it did to operations. And so council made a very big effort to ensure that we reversed that. And so that's the reason why you have more going into operations versus debt. Now, where we're at with this 70-30 potential split that we're talking to you about tonight, I'm not uncomfortable with that, but all we need to know is we don't want to go so far into the debt side that then we're going backwards and we're providing less for operations, because there's a give and take there. If you increase the debt, you're going to decrease the capacity for operations. So that's why we want the flexibility to go up to 30 if necessary. And again, if you are going to allow us to look at options on tax rate, then that does help us look at how we balance that penny better, or that money better when it comes to debt and operations. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of context, because yes, what Mr. Locke said is exactly right on what you're able to invest in, but there may be some takeaways that you take from the operation side of it. So we just need to balance that.
And what are some examples of takeaways?
Well, so for
Or
us to get to that, for us to get to 30%, and keep in mind, we wouldn't get there under that current forecast on those assumptions until 2029, it shifts roughly 3 cents. And so, between fiscal year 26 and 29, 3 cents would shift from operations to debt, and that's the equivalent of $3 million. So, as we grow on the operations side, we'll just have $3 million less to operate on, to add employees, or to add new programs or services, or to sustain current programs. So that's somewhat of that balancing act where you have to balance it between operations and the needs that you have on the infrastructure side.
That's why we wouldn't want to absorb that in 1 year.
Right.
You would want to phase it in over time. But if we know from council that y'all are good with us working towards that split of 70-30, then we can bring you back options in terms of how we get there.
And just keep in mind too, that forecast was worst case scenario. We would never
that was my
allow
next
that
question.
budget to reach that. But in the event that it did, then the debt side of the tax rate would hit 30%.
Okay, and your answer remains the same?
I like the verbiage here as far as allowing y'all the flexibility. If it's not necessary to go that high, I mean,
Right.
obviously that's preferable. But if
incrementally.
Just to show that the interest in incremental changes, I'm behind.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
When I think with a lot of 7, but it really makes a difference. I'm okay with going up to 30% if need be.
Okay, Ms. Garza? And I am too, and we're going to rely on staff to tell us what the needs are. I suspect that as some of the economic development that's on its way and that we will be seeing in another year or so, that we'll be looking at maybe a split. Some goes to general fund, some goes to debt, and kind of like we always do, you got to look, see what you need at the time. So, Mr. Scott,
30%.
up to the 30%?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Mendoza?
I'm okay with up to 30%.
Okay, and Mr. Gonzalez?
So I was prepared to say I'm okay with up to 30%. And I still am for, I guess, for fiscal year 26. My concern is, and I'm trying to like pick my words, but I guess the biggest agenda item in executive session at our last meeting, one of those possibilities is obviously gonna require a lot more in operation. So I'm kind of hesitant to authorize a long-term growth to 30% when in fiscal year 27, 28, we might have to take on a huge operations cost.
And that's an excellent point, and that's why having the flexibility and saying up to allows us, because as we go through and determine kind of what that path there looks like,
Yeah.
then we're gonna be able to bring back what that means and what we're gonna need to be successfully able to implement that. So yes, this just gives us flexibility to say, council is willing to look at the up to 30% because we also understand that there are big neighborhood projects and things that need to be done.
Right.
And so we want to make sure that we can do those things. And that may mean us increasing debt. But again, if you give us a little bit of flexibility with the tax rate, then that also gives us a little bit of flexibility to work on how it's then allocated. So just want to mention that as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, definitely as far as FY 26 is concerned, I'm good with up to 30%, and
Okay.
we'll go from there.
All right, and next is continue to maintain fund balance requirement at 25% of recurring operating expenses. Mr. Gonzalez? I don't even know why this is on here. We always say 25%. That's what the recommended is. That's what the rating agencies look at, everything. Unless you're wanting more, because we certainly would not go with less.
Correct.
So,
That's best practice, that's what your financial policy says. Now, if you change this and you say you want a range, because you want to buy more things or you want to put more into your operations, that can happen, but there may be impacts to, how rating agencies look at that if we were to go lower.
okay. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to keep it at 25%.
Okey-doke. Ms. Garza? And I'm an absolute yes. Mr. Scott?
Same thing.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, maintaining the 25.
Okay, next is continuing to split fund balance in excess of 25,000. That's what we have, I hate to say left over at the end of the year, but that's kind of what it is, between non-recurring expenses and future city hall project. Ms. Reyes, we've been doing this for 2 or 3 years now,
3 years,
I
this would
think.
be the fourth.
This would be
Correct.
year 4. Okay, and I asked the question, it's not necessarily a 50-50 split.
Correct.
But it would be limited, basically it's saying, do we want to limit it to those 2 projects? The
Correct.
split to be determined
Yes.
at a later date.
We've been putting a majority of that towards the new city hall. Because, so what this is, just to make sure the public understands as well, is that we set the financial policy at the 25% for fund balance. That means that our savings account has equivalent to about 3 months' worth of operating expenses in case of a major catastrophe, that we could make sure we could still pay our bills. for those 3 months. And so anything above that amount is what we're talking about. And that you cannot program into your budget for recurring expenses. You can only use it for one time. And so what we have been doing is most of that has gone towards the City Hall project, acting as a savings account for us to cash fund a portion of City Hall. And so that's been the majority of it. And then we've used kind of about $1 million last year to be able to utilize
Right.
for capital purchases, equipment, things that departments need in order to operate and provide their core essential services. So we're asking if that is still an acceptable method for us to move forward in ensuring that we continue that City Hall project savings, which we have now finally kicked off that project, and it's exciting. People are having a lot of momentum towards that, but also be able to not negate the needs of our organization to provide those critical services to our community.
Okay, and I'll start with Ms. Garza on this one.
You circle back to me, please, so I can better articulate my thoughts.
I can come back to you. Okay. And I will say yes. Mr. Scott?
Same thing.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez on this side?
I'm fine with it, since we're gonna always keep it at 25%, in
Right.
case of 3 months, something happens.
So we're asking if we want to give like the leftover or whatever to just these two things.
Correct.
I know, I believe it was Maxfield who first brought this up, but I wonder if there's like energy or conversation around, considering like putting some of this money towards like, direct basic needs for our neighbors, since we're always saying, oh, we can't increase social services, we can't do this, we can't do that, we only have 50 cents. I don't know if that's like a possibility or.
So the only thing I would say with that is that, yes, council could do that, but it needs to be one-time expenses. It could not be recurring, because that starts to then take away from your fund balance. Also, because it'll make the fund balance less if it's recurring, because then you're programming more on the operations side. So that needs to just be for one time, if that is what council would like to do. The other thing would be is just that, obviously, just concerning the City Hall project, and that has been the thing that we've been really looking at, trying to make sure that we have adequate funding for that. So those are just some considerations for council as you deliberate and make that decision.
We do have a question later about the level of funding for human services.
Right, yeah, I just think it's interesting that these are like the two kind of piggy banks that we put this excess towards. Yeah, so my answer is no, and it's just like a TBD, to be determined, where maybe we can talk about this later when we go through the rest of the presentation. But that's
Okay.
also my answer towards everything, because I feel like I understand like your rationale for wanting to hit us with these questions right away. Like it helps give you parameters for the future conversation, but I also think these are really like heavy questions to ask in the beginning, so just reserve my right to revisit any of these questions later.
Well, we'll get opportunities to refine these as time goes on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, continue budgeting revenues based on historic trends, taking into consideration recent trends. My turn to go first, and I'm going to say, of course. So I'm going to be a yes on that. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Scott says yes. Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, and over here, Ms. Rodriguez?
So on this one, I don't know if it might be more of a question than anything. In the recent meetings that we've had, there seems to be some concern from from my colleagues about when we talk about budgeting based on historical trends as it relates to like fines and fees. I know that this is a routine practice with certain things, but I know we had a conversation specifically about the utility fund. Can you provide me a rationale for why we should continue doing that without including that that's something that everybody else does?
We have a question specifically on that shortly. Can we defer that conversation to?
So are we gonna
until
relate
then?
those two questions together though?
Yes, this is just for the general fund.
Okay.
This is not for those utilities.
I
You'll
see.
have a question specifically about that. This is really about making sure that you're okay with how we forecast for property tax increases,
Sales
sales tax
tax.
Yeah,
increases.
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez
Yeah, I'm okay, Mayor, with it, thank you.
and Ms. Garza.
I'm not a mathematician, I really don't know. All I know is whenever the sales taxes started dipping and everybody started tripping, and then it was like, oh, we don't have a policy, but yes, we do have a policy. Like, I mean, just continue to do what you're doing, right? Finding the gaps and then addressing them as we go. Like,
Correct.
that's my answer. Like, I don't,
Yes, it's because sometimes in the past, there have been councils who have said, no, try to be even more conservative with your estimates, and what that means is, again, you're tying your hands from putting as much money as you can into operations based on realistic numbers, because you're going on ultra-conservative, and that's not allowing you to maximize the ability to use your dollars. So that's the reason for this question, is it's trying to understand if council's willing to do based on the historical forecast and the historical numbers that are actual trend versus going even more conservative than that.
okay, that gives me a lot more context for this question, because my answer is just like, just keep doing what you guys have been doing since the pandemic hit us, and we've had to pivot, and you guys update us along the way
Yes.
as things get complicated.
Yes, and we continuously, as y'all know, we continuously monitor. It's not like when you adopt a budget that it's done. We continuously monitor the revenues, and if we see something is going in a different direction than we anticipated, then we take the steps necessary to cut back and ensure that we're not expending every dollar that's like discretionary if possible.
Gotcha.
But Ms. Reyes, I hope I'm correct here. For many years, and I assume we still are, that we don't make a lot of those big capital expenses until like the spring, until we see 6 months of where sales tax is going. We don't go out and buy that stuff in October just because it's in the budget. First of all, we don't get the sales property tax money till January. But still, that we make sure, and if the sales tax numbers are not as projected and they're dipping,
Correct.
then we have to put that aside for a while. So do we
That-
still do that?
That is accurate. What we do is we actually phase it in. And so we prioritize the capital expenditures by which things need to be done immediately. And then that is what is allocated to departments. The rest is kept in a holding fund
Right.
for by finance. And then they do a budget transfer later based on revenue trends and ensuring that we don't need that money to operate or to balance the budget. So you're exactly right, Mayor.
More detail than I needed, just we don't spend the money until we know it's coming.
Correct.
That's good.
For you always say, hey, think about the public, so I'm thinking about the public too.
How y'all do that, I'm not worried about. Okay, next item, consider funding stormwater capital improvement projects using a hybrid approach, which is $5 million from stormwater and remaining use general fund. Y'all recall that we've been asked before that because we are in a flood-prone area, that we've got a lot of stormwater projects to do, and that fee is not bringing in as much as what we need, and we've been saying you can tap into general fund for that. And so this is asking us a little bit more specific, and I guess basically, do we still want to tap into general fund for stormwater projects?
Yes, Mayor, and the only change from this is for the past 3 years, we've been using all general fund. And that has given the stormwater fund enough relief that we think that we can go up to $5 million in the stormwater fund and the rest in the general fund without putting too much on that fund.
Okay, well, considering it, until we created the stormwater fund, it was all coming out of general fund anyway. The stormwater dollars are just helping us get these projects done faster.
Correct, and that fund is not the healthiest of funds. in terms of sustaining some of the projects that are needed to be funded from there, neighborhood improvement projects and things of that nature.
Yep, we've got a lot to do in that area. Mr. Scott, you get to go first. You're a yes. Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Definitely a yes.
Okay, and Ms. Garza?
Sure.
Okay, and I'm a yes. Next screen. If capacity allows increased personnel to adequately fund council's strategic goals, strategic plan goals, and support core services. So this is if we have the money, like, can we get the people that we need to get the work done? Is that what this means
Yes,
in
ma'am.
plain language?
That's exactly what it's saying.
Okay,
It's like, for example, one of the things that was approved by city council as part of your strategic goals is funding like an Office of Violence Prevention. That might require some additional personnel, so we need to ensure that we have the funding that is needed to adequately add the personnel that's needed for that and any other core service levels that we would need just to keep up with core services. So that's the nature of that question.
okay. Mr. Mendoza, you get to go first on this one.
I'm a yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
What do we mean by core services? Like what are some positions that are included? in
Core
that
service.
Currently.
Yeah, just so you would have public safety, you would have parks and recreation, you would have neighborhood enhancement services, all the and then you would have the
Library.
support services for them as well. I'm sorry,
Library.
the library, yes.
Well, and-
So what's
and-
the difference between core services and non-core services? Like, what do you mean by?
So we wouldn't go out and create, say, a new program or something that's not related to something that we're already doing, with this capacity. This is just supporting council strategic goals that they have.
So on that though, the example that city manager just gave about, like if somebody who brought the amendment for the Office of Violence Prevention, in the rationale you just provided, since that would be newer, yes, it was included in the strategic plan, but would that, by that rationale, include those potential people in the future?
It depends on how council defines core services.
Exactly.
And that's my question,
When
is
do we get to
right
do
now,
that?
currently,
Should've done that from the beginning.
currently, core services is everything that you just mentioned. In the past, which are the services that are likely to actually receive that though? Because I imagine for all of those departments you named, we can't bring new personnel in all of the time. So
True.
which are the priorities that we've decided in the past?
Well, the city council has set the priority on public safety,
So police and fire?
Yes, ma'am.
But the core services is something, as you're talking through like your strategic plan goals, again, looking at what are those core things that you have mentioned that are your strategic plan goals as well as your outcomes that you want to achieve. And so those are the things that we would be looking at. Now, when it comes to public safety, there was an actual public safety staffing plan that was, council said, hey, we need to focus on public safety. So I said, okay, here is a plan to address public safety because there were those staffing studies that said that we were not keeping up with the growth. So brought that plan forward, council said, go ahead and move forward with funding that. So that's how that stuff gets defined is council asks staff to come up with something, just like the Office of Violence Prevention. Council has said that you want us to do something like that. So now that's gonna be something that when we go back and we look at all the supplemental requests that come in, we're gonna look at how we fund those kinds of things first because it's in your strategic plan goals. Anything that's in your strategic plan goals, we're gonna look at those first before someone comes in and says, hey, I need more I wanna initiate this other program that has nothing to do with anything that is on your strategic plan goals. It's another program that is being devised or developed outside of what council has discussed as being your priorities. Then that was not gonna take the same precedence in funding priority as the things that you have said are important as a council that you want to see us focus on and fund.
Yeah, in order to answer this question, I'm gonna really need to see which services we're talking about, as far as priorities are concerned. I don't think, I have any issue, and I made that clear in visioning, as far as making sure that parks is fully funded, libraries are fully funded. I believe all of those things and more are critical services that provide people social services. It is very difficult for me though, and I know that I get a lot of flack for it, and I'm okay with that. It is very difficult for me to agree to this though, if that means increasing police support. I'm just gonna flat out say it. So I think you know, and I've made it clear, I wanna see that office created, I wanna see it funded, and I wanna see it implemented. I need to know more about personnel. And if we're gonna actually create it in ways like on that ABC that existed in the policy statement from 2 years ago, I'm okay with looking at something like that has priority listed that way. But I mean, we had a very, very lengthy conversation about increasing personnel services when it comes to law enforcement.
So what I will say on that is so we're working on, we heard you loud and clear during your strategic plan that you want if we're gonna do a staffing study, it needs to be by a third party, not by who has conducted the studies in the past. And so we're currently working on doing a staffing study by an outside third party who we have never worked with before on doing any of our police staffing, any of our studies, actually. They're a newer partner. They're working with us on the Marshall study, and they're gonna work with us on this one. And so we are not gonna bring back a recommendation for police officers until we know what that staffing study calls for.
Yeah, because I went
So-
back and read the one that you're talking about. Obviously, I wasn't here to actually, have a part in that. I just don't want that to be what we're making this decision on, considering it's pretty antiquated now.
Correct. I mean, now, it's not current. When I say
Exactly,
correct,
exactly.
it's not current.
Yeah, so, I don't know if that really answers the question, Mayor, but I need to see more info.
If it helps council feel a level of comfort, just to, again, keeping the eye on what we need to know the information for at this juncture to go and give our policy direction to the departments, is that outside of staffing studies that are currently underway, that you would those things would come back as a recommendation, and council would make a decision about those staffing study recommendations before there was any new personnel that would be added in those areas where there are those existing staffing studies taking place. So
And that's
that would be
preferable.
Marshall and that would be police, where those two would be taking place. So again, that would not be something that we would just automatically take off the top like we have been doing, but we would bring back those recommendations and let council decide how you want to proceed based on those recommendations of those active staffing studies.
Yeah, because it's not my intention to say outright no, when I know that there have been plenty of departments that have long waited for increases in staffing or whatever. And we, previous councils, I should say, have prioritized things differently than I would have. But I guess I'm just saying all that to say I would really like to see more information on that.
So if council were to be agreeable to us, for us to say that you're willing to look at adequately funding the core services, because that is the other stuff, with the exception of areas where there are active staffing studies, and we can wordsmith however before we bring you back, because you're gonna adopt this policy formally, so it doesn't mean like we're done after tonight and we go with the direction. It helps us bring back a draft document that then you can contemplate and formally adopt. So if it's something that says basically that except where there are active staffing studies, for those public safety departments, that y'all are willing to look at core service additions except for those areas.
That's fine by me.
I mean, and I wanted to add to the discussions, we're prioritizing core services, which traditionally has been public safety, and I don't think current council necessarily wants to shy away from prioritizing public safety. I think in some aspect, want to redefine public safety, because I would think an Office of Violence Prevention is public safety.
Exactly, and that's why when we had that discussion initially during visioning, the main caveat, and before I made y'all take the vote, was that it was going to be separate. that was the whole purpose of redefining what it could actually achieve safety. And that's why I'm saying
No,
what I'm saying.
but that's what I'm saying. I mean, because traditionally, or I guess in the past, public safety has been police and fire. I think that an Office of Violence Prevention is also public safety, even if it's outside of the police department.
Yeah.
I think
Just like
it would be-
libraries, just like, those things. That's why I was asking specifically what we meant, like a breakdown of core services, what we meant by that, like how it was defined, or if it was defined anywhere.
And I would see it being outside the police department. I think that would not necessarily be the way to go with it.
Right.
If it's meant to redefine that, there would be a partnership, with that, but it wouldn't necessarily be that it's under the police department per se. It would be probably something under another area. So I think that would help if it's that we can still look at, achieving whatever it is that we need to for those core services, but ensure that we're able to bring back a separate recommendation when it comes to those areas where active staffing studies are currently underway, and bring back those recommendations before including that inside any of the requests that we would bring forward to council.
And can I just say, part of core services includes the ones that you don't see or hear about much, like finance, payroll, purchasing, IT, trying to recognize others.
Look at Mr. Sturm and them, they're smiling.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying, and I appreciate
They don't always
that.
get the shout outs.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point I'm trying to make is, when we hear that, even public safety, it's typically those two things. And I like your point, Mayor, because the work that they do is equally attributing to safety in some way, shape, or form. Where we are benefiting it as a city because of those services. And that's all I'm saying is, the way we've prioritized it in the past, I just want to make sure that we are accounting for those things too, that also need it.
I'm just like curious, like why even put the word core services? Like what other, I mean, I feel like all the services are, like now we're saying everything is core services, right? I feel like that's the vibe, but in the past we haven't. So I just think it's important to like name that.
It's actually one of y'all's strategic goals, public safety, core services, and fiscal excellence. So that's the reason why we're using that terminology. But you are right that it's all relative to how
Yeah.
councils define, core services, and how community defines core services. So your point is right in that for sure.
Right, I'm just wondering, like, if there's other decision points through the budget conversation, like if, staff or just if there's like a disconnect in what, like, interpreting core services is, like, different than council, even amongst council members, like, maybe we have to have a bigger conversation about that alignment eventually, because if not, we're gonna keep having this conversation over and
Or
over again.
let's just get staff to send us a list of the departments
That's gonna
that
be
are
hard.
considered core services.
I think that would be hard as well, Mayor, because I think, and
Oh,
I'll.
but you're asking us to do some with core services. I'm gonna need definition of
So
what core services is.
I think that we're getting, this is insightful conversation, because we've never, I don't think the intent is to put as much emphasis on the words core services. What the intent is to understand that you're willing to increase personnel if it helps to achieve a certain strategic goal objective. That's really what this is about. It's a lot less about the core services words. We're using the words that are in your strategic goal. But that's really the intent of this bullet point, is that if you say, no, do not add any personnel, that's really what we're wanting to know, versus, yes, you're willing to consider an increase in personnel as long as it aligns with the strategic goal that council has in your priorities. That's a better way to characterize it. And we could, if you say yes, then that would be the way that we could bring that back in the budget policy statement versus having it say the core services, if that
Okay.
gives council a better reflection of what you would like to see.
Okay. So your response now would be,
I mean, it's what I stated earlier. I'm okay with increasing personnel in departments, like the ones I've mentioned explicitly. I just was saying, me as like just one member, the reason I emphasize core services is because, and you know this, city manager, I will not vote on an increase in police services. I just won't. I'm making.
but those refinements will come back to us
And
later.
and now that I know
Correct.
that, I'm okay with it as written, and I'll support it.
Good, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mayor. great dialogue and this conversation was. I consider core services more of a public safety. I would just like to go back and look at the list, like you mentioned, if all possible, and let's take away from here and from there and come up with a real meaning of core services. I'm a yes for this, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Garza?
I think generally, I'm fine with increasing staff, but regardless of what the rationale is, I think for me personally, it's important to have city leadership approach us with a clear rationale for each proposed position, how it fits into council's priorities, and how it improves services for residents, and what metrics we use to evaluate success. I'm always down to support something that makes sense, right? So again, I understand why you think it's important to name it in this decision point slide, but I'm just assuming that, yes, we're not gonna have a freeze on hiring, right?
Correct.
You're gonna, but honestly, let's be real, you could probably wordsmith any position to make it align with core services and council priorities. Reframing of narratives is not that difficult. I just trust that you're not gonna do that, right? I trust that you're going to revisit the visioning
Correct.
presentations and all that. For me, I'm down for whatever. I'm just I would like to know as that happens, right? I think,
Absolutely.
and that, I feel has been the trend historically.
And we always have. I think what happens is that departments, it helps them when they're coming to for their justifications to us. We're asking them, tell us how this aligns with the strategic plan goal that council has outlined. And that is what then they come back and tell us how it helps to achieve those goals. And then when we come back, and because again, this isn't a one and done, that this is the last conversation we have with council and the community about what positions get added. That is, once we know the exact number that we have from the appraisal district, that's when we know the amount of money we have to work with or not. And so any position that gets brought
And the
to
legislature has completed their work.
Good point, Mayor. Great point. But also, then that's when we bring you back. We don't add positions without telling you specifically which positions are being added. You as council have to approve the tax rate, you have to approve the budget, you have to approve the personnel roster, which tells you which positions and headcounts that you're adding in the budget. So all of that comes back to you with those final recommendations, and you have to approve those. So
We have to approve them in order for them to take effect.
exactly, Mayor, exactly. So we will bring you our proposed budget based on what we believe aligns with your strategic goals, and you will tell us if we've hit the mark or not hit the mark in those recommendations, and then you will make those changes before you adopt the budget. So you have ample opportunity. This is, again, just giving us parameters and guardrails so that we can tell departments, this is what you need to justify when you are making your request for whatever it is that you're requesting in your budget. Does that help?
That is really helpful, that, to let departments know how to frame their asks. I think this has been my same spiel for the past 4 years, just want staff to know that I think all of us, I don't want to talk for everybody, at least me personally, I think everybody contributes to community wellness, just the way that we frame it. I hope staff has felt that, right? I often see, that the asks are kind of minimal from departments outside fire and police, but I don't know if that's because other councils have been very explicit in saying we're prioritizing those other two things. But yeah, for me, it's of course, just justify how it's gonna increase community wellness and align with our priorities. I feel like it's not that deep.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that gives us, because you're exactly right. When prior budget years, again, we take the direction from council very much. This is what we use as our guidebook to help us with justifying how we do and develop the budget. And if you tell me, like prior councils have said, I want you to find a way to do this, I'm gonna bring you a plan on how to do this. And that's what we did for public safety. And we said, if this is what your goal is, this is how you get there. Oh, and a lot of times, because it's expensive, it takes a multi-year approach. So again, that's something that we can definitely do when you tell us that. So when I would go and meet with with the staff about their supplemental budget requests, then yes, if you've said that you want public safety, police and fire at the time, that's what was defined really as that you want those things to go first, then yes, all of my other departments understand that's gonna come first. When it comes to, we have $200,000 to work with in extra capacity, we're gonna take those expenses first. And the other things are gonna get prioritized beneath that. Now, you tell me, hey, that's not the priority, then we're gonna start looking at things in a different way. So that's, I know we don't have these extensive discussions sometimes every budget year, but that's important for y'all to know that that's how much we really utilize the guidance you give us during all of these sessions to make sure that we are adhering to what you're asking of us and bringing back a budget that responds to that.
I'm a yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
He says yes. And to continue to fund HSAB at the current level of $550,000 or increase the amount. As the person on this council in the 90s, and since I've been here, is the one person who has said, I think it's time to increase this, because that wasn't, it's always been accepted by the rest of the group, but anyway. So now the question is, do we want to increase it? And Ms. Reyes, are you wanting us to give a upper bound?
Tell us an amount or something that we need to put in there, based on funding capacity, of course. I'm gonna ask for that one guardrail, because if we're at a deficit and all we can do is just maintain service levels, and not be able to increase anything, so that's the only thing I would ask, is just based on whatever budget capacity is available. If we're not able to increase personnel, if we're not able to increase salaries, if we're not able to increase a lot of other things, that's the only thing that I would ask, is that we're able to have a discussion about that. But we can definitely endeavor to a certain amount,
At
given
least
final
get it on your
budget
radar
numbers.
screen.
Exactly.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah, so I'm definitely interested in looking into increasing it. I think my colleague next has a limit in mind, so I'll let her say that number. But I
Okay.
agree with it.
Yeah, so for my colleagues who aren't aware, HSAB met shortly after we had given the 550 appropriation out. And the committee voted to increase it to $750,000, so a $200,000 increase. That's what I'm going to be proposing today. But with the caveat that in addition to $750,000 being the new amount, to prevent us from having to find $200,000 plus in the future, making sure that this fund grows over time. And so the percentage that I have right now, and obviously we can workshop this to accommodate what the city manager is talking about in the instance of a financial crisis or some other economic downturn. But right now I have it anywhere from 2.5 to 3% annually is my.
Noted. That was one of the things I was gonna say, is we just, as our community continues to grow and the population grows, that we need this to grow also, because
Yeah.
the increase in population also needs services.
Absolutely,
Not getting
and-
less.
And you know, Mayor, a lot of like the rationale that I have behind it is, it really bothered me when we had our conversation that the limited amount of funds led the conversation to turn in a way that pit, organizations against one another. It's clear that the need is dire. I think when you look at just inflation, just the cost of living, the lack of increase in wages, I mean, there is serious, serious need. When we talk about public safety, this is what we're talking about. So, that's where I'm coming from, and like I said, really the annual increase is just to make sure that we don't have to make city staff find that massive amount of money in the future.
Okay.
So that's what you support, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Make that, no, Mr. Gonzalez on this side, Sal Gonzalez.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm in support of it. It's, I don't know where we're gonna get the money from, but it's something that we need.
Give me a number.
I'm okay with the additional 200,000.
Ms. Garza.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, since like 2020, when I was elected, I've been pushing to put more of our funds directly into the pockets of our neighbors, either CDBG money, ARPA money. I was really happy, thanks to also working with the mayor, increasing it. And even like our process for giving out the money, I think we've made really good changes to make sure more agencies get the scoop and all that. So I'm down, but I also think it's really important to name that I'm sorry that we're putting you in a spot where you have to like look between the cushions to find the money. But like I've said, since I was first elected, it's an investment, right? Like we fund human services, we strengthen the social safety net, improve long-term stability for families, and reduce the need for costly crisis interventions. So when we talk about safety, like preventative measures, right? We've named what homelessness as council priority for, a minute too, and it's like, it's so much easier to tackle issues before and not when folks hit rock bottom. So absolutely, yes. I appreciate the energy of all my colleagues.
Okay, I'm drinking cough syrup up here, just so everybody knows. It's cough syrup.
It's not lean, it's all natural.
Beekeeper's Natural, just so you know.
We're not sponsored, but if they wanted to.
So I'm for increasing and just putting a percent on it, that's just what we do. I'm good with this kind of percent. Personally, I'd like to see it tied to population increase, but I know that can vary. So the 2.5%, 3%, whatever it is, I'm for. I know that it's gonna be really tough to do the 200 this year, but I would like to see at least 50 added this year, and then start with that annual increase, it's just what we do. So that's where I am. If we find the money for 200, I'd be okay with that. But I would like to ensure that we start trying at the 50. Mr. Scott?
I think based on the population as well. But I'll go with the increments,
How much?
2.5 to 3.
Oh, percent, but what dollar amount for this year?
I like the 200,000, to be honest with you.
Well, I do too, if we've got it.
Yeah.
Mr. Mendoza?
I'm gonna go with, that's fine with the increase percentages, financially speaking, at least 50,000 is what we'll go for. Everything else, I just let it go, but 50,000 is what I wanna see.
50 minimum?
Minimum, and then 50.
And then could be 200 if they find that kind of money?
If it's flexible, then that's fine.
If we win the lottery or something?
If you pull it out somewhere without affecting other things, that's fine.
Okay.
I can go with 50 or more than that.
All righty. On to item 9.
Before you go there,
oh,
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
so we will bring back language on that, we understand, and we will do that. What I'm gonna just ask is that, and Ms. Rodriguez, that this is what I shared with her as well, is just that, because our departments are hearing they've had to keep things flat or they had to give money back, and so when we are in those tough times, as long as there's some language in there that really does talk about that, and so if there's something that, even our staff sometimes, we're not able to give a certain level increase. And so if we can't give, if it's a 2% increase that we give staff, I would want that's more doable in terms of tying, that it would not exceed what staff or departments get here, because I want to make sure we're taking care of our staff here before we start looking at other agencies. And so that's the only thing that I would say, is just to make sure. And existing staff, I'm not talking about adding personnel. I'm talking about just keeping up with cost of living and those kinds of things for our existing staff. So that's the only thing, is that if we could provide some language in your upcoming consideration of the adoption of this policy statement that just speaks to some of those contingencies. And so that there would be some intentionality around that if council would be agreeable to that. So that's a question that I'm asking of council.
And I can send you some of the language that I was talking about, and I understand, you know, if the growth over time needs to be suspended to support staff, I think you and I made it clear to you that I'm okay with that. But I think it's preferable that the focus try as much as possible to increase over time. But I'm okay with putting caveats.
I am too. It's just, I want to make sure that the concept of we need to increase it is out there.
Absolutely.
Increase it when we can. And that's where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And then the
I'm
hope
tracking.
is that when we can find a percentage that, you know, my colleagues agree on, that it will also help budgetary efforts in the future. You know, it'll give y'all an idea of what council's feeling. We can tell our people out there that the money that they're bringing back, we're bringing back to them. And so that, yeah, I'm okay with that.
And this is helpful too when y'all are talking about your tax rate. You know, as we talked about, is that if the tax rate is something more than 60/30, then that helps us, again, to be able to look at, because if you're talking about the 200,000 this year to find, and then we're working on the Office of Violence Prevention, that's actually gonna be coming up with additional money in excess of that we're having to do in starting in 1 year. So those are the caveats that I just wanna make sure, again, that I don't wanna have unrealistic expectations. And so I just wanna throw that out there. I wanna walk with you and do whatever it is that we need to do to achieve what you want to. Just want to make sure that we're being realistic in terms of those expectations and what's possible.
Moving on to continue budgeting for fiscal year '26, fiscal planning considerations. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 6 out here. Increased personnel, is that we want to add 3 to 5% of the number of people? Or is that salary, or what's the 3 to 5%?
It's, it should say personnel costs, so that would be
Okay.
salary benefits, that would include health insurance, so everything.
Stuff we know we're gonna have to pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. All right, folks, if you'll look at the list up there, I can go around 6 times, or you can give me 6 answers when I come to you. Which would you prefer?
The latter.
Give me 6 answers when I come to you. You happen to get to go first on this one.
So by personnel going back, we're talking about those
Well, this was saying the positions for public safety staffing plan, so this does include the police and fire, which we just talked about. And so that would need to be caveated as well, is that you're saying that you don't want to do that until you have those active staffing plans brought back. But if it's stuff for municipal court, if it's stuff for the ARPA positions, and it's stuff for community enhancement, if you feel that those are okay for us to look at, because again, those are bringing the things up that we have said from the beginning, like the community resources
For sure.
person and the cybersecurity. And so those, we need to operationalize and bring those on to general fund, since ARPA money will be going away. And so that's what those are, but if you want to say something different on the public safety staffing plan, then I don't know that we need to rehash it. We know how you feel about that, and so we don't have to do that. But if the other ones you're okay with, just let us know that that's how y'all feel about that or
Yeah,
not.
I'm okay with the additional positions with the caveat that we discussed earlier, same energy. As far as set aside 1/3 of the cost for engine staffing, how many staff members are we talking about?
I think in total it's 15, and it's $700,000 a year that we need to set aside so that they'll be ready by the time we hit fiscal year '28. And Chief Stevens may want to comment. You're good. Okay.
Okay.
Well, and also, these are folks that are there, that are helping us keep the levels that we need when somebody's in training, when somebody's out with FMLA, when someone's on vacation. This is helping fill, I hate to say gaps, but I guess they are. So that's part of what we're getting. It's not like people are just sitting around waiting for Station 7 to open. They're actually active members, and they're providing value.
Yes, ma'am, and what this is doing is it's just setting aside a third of the cost so that by the time we get to fiscal year '28, that we'll have all the money needed to be able to hire those firefighters.
So we're not going to hire them for 3 years?
Correct.
That's not what I understood from previous conversations, but that's
It
okay too.
was-
Whatever you feel you need
Yeah.
is okay.
It was now, we were applying for a SAFER grant.
Right.
And if we received the SAFER grant, then we were going to be setting aside this money to be able to fund them at the end of the SAFER grant.
Right.
We wouldn't have the capacity without that SAFER grant to just hire those 15
Right.
employees. So we're setting aside a third of that right now. And I should probably let either the city manager or chief speak to if we would actually be hiring, with the 700,000 that we're setting aside.
Because we did that with Station 6, as we started hiring, what, 2 or 3 years
I'd
in
love for
advance?
Chief,
And they were doing exactly what I said, was filling in.
correct, if Chief could answer that. I understand that they would be at Station 5 because you need some help there. So if you just want to kind of elaborate a little bit on what you
Yeah.
would
And let us
foresee.
know when they would actually be hired.
Absolutely. Les Stevens, Fire Chief. I'll back up, give you a little bit of context on the number. 15 people is to ride 4 people each day for 3 shifts, which takes 12, with a relief factor, as the mayor spoke to. She has learned this very well. A relief factor of 1.3 to 1, and that accounts for vacation, holiday, sick, training, FMLA, guys that are injured, especially I've got a couple right now that have been injured for quite a while. So that 1.3 to 1 is the built-in relief factor, which keeps our overtime manageable. The agreement that I have with the city manager is that we would apply last year for a SAFER grant for 15 people. We did. We were denied. The grant is ready to be submitted. We hoped that it would be open, the portal would be open by this point this year. It's not yet open due to some things at the federal level beyond our control, but the grant is ready to submit. And so what we have talked about was for each of the following 3 fiscal years, with the council's approval, that she would set aside roughly 1/3 of the funding. If we were to get the SAFER grant at any year, this year, next year, or the following year, that funds 100% for 3 years. We would bring those positions on all at one time and sooner than the accumulation of a third, a third, and a third. The council's approval of a third, a third, and a third, should we be unsuccessful at the SAFER grant 3 more times, would allow the Finance Department and Ms. Reyes to have the funding to authorize those 15 people in fiscal year '28. I think I got that all correct.
Correct.
Is
So
the,
you're building
is,
capacity
John,
for
is that
those
right,
3
28?
years.
is the SAFER grant federal money?
The SAFER grant is federal money, yes, ma'am.
And what was the reason provided for denial?
We went through several things. One is just the number of submissions versus the amount of money allocated. We graded very well. I believe we graded a B. We have found a couple of things and rewritten our grant. One thing that we learned about was perhaps our grant writer may have marked one box incorrectly, and that was that the city has provisions to encourage the hiring of military personnel. We do, as a civil service department, military personnel with an honorable discharge receive 5 points on their entrance exam for hiring consideration. So the city does in fact have that. When we went back after we sat through the regrading, we learned that we had marked that wrong, or the grant submitter had marked it wrong. The other thing we had not articulated well was the drastic improvement in response times. That would have graded differently. We took an approach of minimum daily staffing, which is what we're trying to achieve in order to help the city achieve an ISO of 1. So this time we focused a lot less on minimum daily staffing and more on what the improved overall response times for the fire department would be, especially to the northern 25% of the city. We've even made some changes internally for ISO and for SAFER so that we no longer send as many units to residential structure fires. That will actually help us improve that, and we were able to state that as such in the SAFER grant application.
So more technical reasons, not necessarily substantive reasons for denial.
It's just a lot of people applying for very few dollars at the end of
And
the day.
is that funding discretionary? Or do you?
I don't
do you
know
have
that
the-
I understand your definition of discretionary
Can you
value.
use it on anything?
No, no, it's applied for this, and it has to be used exactly for this.
And by this, we're talking about personnel?
Hiring 15 tailboard firefighters, the city would be on the hook for the difference between, 3 of them would need to be paid the difference between firefighter and captain. 3 of them would need to be paid the difference between firefighter and driver engineer. The remaining would stay at a tailboard rank in the staffing table, but it is for entry-level positions only. And one thing I did fail to mention that the mayor brought up, our intention right now, obviously there is no Fire Station 7, although we have the land, we don't have the money to construct it. We do have the apparatus on order. This would operate out of Fire Station 5 until such time as a physical facility was constructed at the land we have at Opportunity in Harris Hill.
So, and what does that do for our community in terms of having them now ahead of a facility? What does that do?
Station 5 is one of your 2 busiest stations consistently. The last couple of years, it has been the busiest station. When they're out on a run, be that a car wreck, a medical call, anything like that, a call in Whisper, a call in Blanco Vista, or a call really anywhere from River Ridge north is going to get either engine 1 from downtown, engine 4 from Wonderworld, or engine 2 from La Cima. 20-minute response time. So putting a second apparatus at Station 5 until such time as engine 7 could be built and changing our response sequence so that those 2 are never dispatched simultaneously except for a structure fire incident would allow redundancy at that station to make additional calls. Where we see 2 calls occurring in that district at the same time, this would give us a backup apparatus to send.
I'm okay with that part. Thank you, Chief. I'm okay, when we talk about legacy software, just because I'm ignorant to it, what are we talking about?
Yes, ma'am. That has to do with how the city has allocated software cost over the years. And this isn't untypical for cities to do. What San Marcos' process has been was to divide it up a third between the general fund, water, wastewater fund, and electric fund. And when you look at the amount that water, wastewater, and electric actually use that software, it's not proportionate. So what this is doing is correcting that. The general fund benefits from that software much more than water, wastewater, and electric. And so over a course of four years, we want to correct that. In total, it's $1 million. So it would be shifting $250,000 a year to the general fund.
Leaving more money in those 2 respective funds that you
Yes,
mentioned?
ma'am.
Yeah, I'm for that. And then the 7 vehicles into a leasing program, which vehicles are we talking about?
Those would be police vehicles.
And what are some benefits in that transition?
We have 80 police vehicles that are not part of the lease program. And we've been moving vehicles over as we have capacity to do. So this proposes to move 7 vehicles over. And what it does, once it is on the leasing program, the police vehicles stay there anywhere around 4 or 5 years. And then, Enterprise is able to purchase those vehicles cheaper. And so our leasing rate for the vehicle is cheaper. And then when the lease is up, they're able to sell it. And they have a distribution that is much wider than what the city, would be able to sell. We just buy and sell vehicles. So we're able to get more money, for the vehicle than what we would be able to get otherwise.
So is it a conversation of need from a standpoint of it being financially beneficial, or is it a conversation of need as it relates to actual need? And what I mean by that is, are these vehicles unusable? Are they too old? What are and how did the figure of 7? I just wanna
7
understand.
is just a number that we think we can afford. Because, I think that police would probably argue that they need more than 7, to be transitioned a year. And a lot of these vehicles, we ran into the situation in this current fiscal year where we weren't able to add any to the leasing program just because we didn't have the ongoing revenue. when we began fiscal year '25, so we bought those outright because they had to replace those 6 because the 6 that they were replacing were well beyond their useful life.
So I guess to frame it differently is that think about going and buying a car outright versus leasing it. And so it becomes more affordable for you to do it leasing because you're paying it incrementally over time versus paying for it all outright. So you don't have to have the cash on hand to buy 7 vehicles. Instead, you're able to lease them, so that allows the money that you have for operating to go further because you're only paying for a lease payment as opposed to paying for vehicles outright.
And do we take that same practice when it comes to like vehicles for other departments?
Yes.
If I may, I can speak to that. We just recently transitioned. When the city first began this, I was resistant. And the city actually commissioned a study, a third-party study, to evaluate the benefits. There are some benefits that I wasn't initially aware of. One is leasing vehicles and having the routine service and maintenance done. And there's numerous places throughout the city where they can go to get this done. Relieves the shop of doing routine oil changes and air filter changes and tire rotations and windshield wiper changes. They can go to, I know, Firestone by Target is one, Chuck Nash is one, there are several. And when they get a leased vehicle, they get a list of places that are approved for the employee to take those. They go at their convenience. When it fits into their daily schedule, they're done much quicker than dropping them off at fleet. Sometimes they're there for several days to get the pieces, and we lose productivity, or we have to have more vehicles in a pool to put the employee in a vehicle to continue doing the job that we want. I've come to appreciate, even from ours, most of our inspectors, the light-duty vehicles, the half-ton pickups, almost all of them are now transitioned into this program. I have a couple that are not because of the upfitting cost. They have a heavy-duty lift gate. They have things that wouldn't easily move to a 3 or 4 year model newer vehicle. But we also, what that study showed was the value to trade in those vehicles rather than fully depreciating them. The city's return on the investment was the value that we saw as we traded up every 3 years. And we visit with them, and if we have a vehicle that's still serviceable, there's an issue with capacity, we'll keep that vehicle and redo the lease for another 3 years, but it's still financially a good deal for the city to continue to lease it versus buying it outright. There are exceptions, and I have some of those, where I tell John and them, I don't want to do a lease because it costs $35,000 to upfit one of, those specialty vehicles in our department. But we have moved to leasing vehicles for our prevention officers and for my assistant chiefs this year. Theirs just came in.
And what I will say
Who
is
completed that study, though?
It's MGT, we provided that to council in the past. I want to say, we can put it back to the top of your
It would
inbox.
be helpful if y'all would link all this information here instead of having to
Yeah, I
go
need to see
back
the, I
and-
need to see the study.
And I did just need to make one point of clarification on that. Everything Chief Stevens said is accurate, with the exception of the police vehicles are not part of that maintenance.
I was
where-
gonna say, that's what I learned from the first conversation we had a while back.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make that clear. So the city fleet maintenance still maintains police fleet. But all the other vehicles, so fire vehicles are part of that, though.
And are we talking about the Tahoes? I know that was a question my colleague to the left of me asked the last time is, are we still talking about those big Tahoes rather than smaller?
Yes, I think those are the vehicles that we typically try to replace or replace with are the Tahoes.
So on that one, just to answer the question, I need the study for that one before I can say yes or no. And then, as far as the equipment replacement plan, when we say issue tax notes, what are some of the benefits?
The tax notes have a shorter time period, and the type of equipment that we're replacing has a shorter lifespan. So tax notes are issued for either 5 or 7 years, 7 years maximum. So that's why we would use those instead of including them in the capital improvement plan to have the 20-year terms.
Okay. That one I'm fine with. The ones that I gave direction, I'll just need.
It was no on the public safety staffing plan till you get the recommendations from the staffing study, and then need the study on the leasing program. Those were the two.
Okay, and I didn't hear the response to the first one, increase the cost for personnel 3 to 5%?
Oh, so I was behind that one. There was just the caveat that we were talking about.
Okay. And the Engine 7 staffing,
I was fine with that one
good
as well.
with? And the legacy software?
Fine with that one.
Okay. All right, and now Mr. Gonzalez.
Well, thank you, Mayor. The question I have is, let's say that you're gonna lease a vehicle and you're going out and looking at a Cadillac, but you can get a Chevy for much, much less with all those bells and whistles. Do y'all look at that as well, or do y'all just get full-blown bells and whistles with it?
Yes, sir, that is something that we review with departments, and we've actually, had conversations with departments on certain things that they've asked for to make sure that we're getting what is needed as opposed to a want.
Yeah, can you let me know the savings on that, to see if it's really worth it doing that? One thing I would like to see maybe for the future is where developers will come in and help us to purchase some of those vehicles. But I'm in favor of all of them, ma'am. I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay. And Ms. Garza.
So just clarification, for the first one, for the increase 3 to 5%, you said that is like connected to the second bullet? That's not personnel overall? That's
It's
just,
personnel overall. It's all personnel
So
increases.
it'd be salary increases.
It'd be salary increases, insurance increases, workers' comp increases, everything would be inclusive of that.
you all usually separate like the,
Civil service and non-civil service, yes, ma'am. And we will be going into a contract year, negotiation year with police and fire. So that will be separate. This is for non-civil service.
okay. So 3 to 5% is for, this is non-civil service?
Non-civil
everybody.
service, correct.
Okay. And then, yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't know, yeah. The second one, yeah, if you could just like give us what Amanda, had asked for, the staffing plans. I feel like maybe you already sent that to us, but I could be.
We're getting updated ones though now.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're getting updated ones for Marshall and then also for police. So those are ones that we would be bringing forward to you. The fire is what Chief Stevens talked about. We were gonna add firefighters based on the staffing plan, but also on us getting the SAFER grant. So that's how we were gonna do the fire, because they have their study that they've done before,
Separate.
and it's based on that. But for Marshall and police, before we would ask about adding any additional staff, we would bring those recommendations from the current study underway, current
Right.
studies
So
underway.
I got some thoughts about the marshal's office. We can talk about that later.
And I will tell you that that is going to look very different because we have been very clear about those being directed towards only the parks. And we are looking at their scope because the scope has not always just been the parks. And so that will also be considered as part of those studies.
Cool. Okay, so then for,
But you're good with that moving forward?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
For the engine number 7 staffing, I am so like disappointed and heartbroken for you, Chief, that you guys didn't get that funding. And more so because it seems like it was like technical issues, like a checkbox and failure for somebody to articulate things like increases in response time and all of that. I'm so sorry, like that's very disappointing, especially since I've been like pleading for y'all to get the equal opportunity category, like that status, because we've missed out on like 4 years of really good
The EOP plan.
funding for both police and fire, and I just don't anticipate these next 4 years, similar funding opportunities. With that in mind, I thank y'all for trying. I think I'll save my comments about how disappointed I am.
And we're gonna keep
one-on-one.
trying. We're gonna
Yeah.
keep trying. That's the one thing is that we plan to keep trying.
Yeah, so I'm down to support that for the staffing of engine number 7. I honestly don't remember a whole lot about the next one, so I'm like a tentative yes, but if you guys can like send me like links to what we're talking about for the software, that'd be cool. So for the vehicles, I've had this conversation again since 2020, and it's like, the last I heard was from, I think, Chase, when he was talking about the leasing of or we were talking about the vehicles and like the uses of the vehicles and like when, folks are allowed to use like their vehicles for non-City of San Marcos purposes, and I thought we were gonna have like an answer to that. I'm not pop quizzing y'all, I've been asking this since 2020, so.
Yeah,
sorry.
so
Yeah.
Lonzo Anderson, Assistant City Manager. I believe you're making reference to when officers are off duty and the employer that they're working for are not paying, they're paying for the officer, but they're not paying for the vehicle. That is a conversation that both me and Chief have had, and we're gonna be putting something together to bring it back to council for review in order to start charging for those vehicles as well.
Right, so, yeah, until I can get that again, and I'm not trying to be like an a-hole, but like, I've been asking that for a couple years, even some of my friends who, generally support, policing and all that are like, okay, but like, you're trying to tell me that they're out there working Amazon and like, somebody, like, we are paying, like, who's paying for the wear and tear of like that vehicle and stuff, right, like, yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm in no for now until I get that information. And then issue tax notice. I don't know about the next one. I'll have to look into that more. Sorry.
Given all the conversation that we've had, I'm a yes on everything. Mr. Scott? Mr. Mendoza?
Yes on everything.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Couple quick questions.
Sure.
Actually, one already got answered, but, so the transition 7 vehicles into the leasing program. So if we're ultimately a no on this, you'd still be asking for us to purchase 7 vehicles, correct? So it's not do we want to buy 7 more vehicles? The question's, do we want to lease them or purchase them?
Yeah, yes, sir. We would probably look at the vehicles, and I'm sure that it's going to be a similar case as with this year. Some of those vehicles are just so old and have exceeded their useful life that they need to be replaced.
So I guess I'm a yes to everything. My thing with that one in particular, yes, I am in favor of leasing over purchasing. But obviously we'll have the discussion on new purchases and whether it's feasible and whatever at that time, I guess. Just had a question, because if I remember correctly, the December 4th meeting, which was before I was actually on the dais, we were having the exact opposite conversation, and council was being convinced to purchase vehicles even though we would normally lease them, so why?
It's, the only reason we didn't lease at that time is when we were looking at our forecast, because of what was going on with our sales tax, we didn't, with confidence, we couldn't say that we would have the funds available to lease, for the next 3 years, because our sales tax was in a tailspin. Now that we have a, better understanding of where our sales tax, the trajectory of it, and are seeing improvements. But especially by the time that we get to the start of next fiscal year, it looks like it's going to be safe to go ahead and lease those vehicles, to add those as a lease instead of using one-time funds to just purchase them outright. But our preference is to add them to the lease rather than buy them outright.
And typically,
Okay.
this would be operational in the sense of how we would finance them.
Yeah.
Because even when you give money for capital outlay, that's something that sometimes gets done as part of purchases of things. And so this is really something more in terms of like how we afford them.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it as recurring or one-time expenses, that's really the question. Because we have to be able to replace and make sure that we're not having those vehicles continue to age.
No, yeah, I guess my question was more the last one, like why would, because even when, as a community member, when I saw it on the agenda back in December, I was like,
Yes,
I've always kind of, well, not always, but I figured leasing was the better
yes.
option, so
It was kind of a one-off. It was kind of a one-off, as Mr. Locke talked about. I mean, it's a great question that you have, and it was a one-off because of where we were, and it was like, okay, again, it's the bird in hand, right? And it's easier to find one-time money than it is for recurring. And so that was the reason why that was asked and recommended at that particular time.
Mayor, this is not gonna reflect the way I voted, I just have a question. When it comes to the police officers using those vehicles for, not personal use, but other jobs, are they on call 24 hours where it'd be more trouble for them to go home and get their vehicles or are they on call 24 hours? That's my question.
I think that would be a better question for.
But the question, I don't think, is that they won't take the car home. The question is, do they take the car to a job that is not related to the city?
Yeah, but if they already have the car and the uniforms there, it's easier to respond to whatever.
I
No,
don't
this
care
is
what's
for
easier.
jobs,
Because-
off-duty jobs that are not city.
Right.
That's what we're getting the information
Okay.
on.
Well-
Apparently, and if Ms. Reyes, Mr. Anderson, if I'm incorrect, for jobs that they've got that are not city-related, right now they're using the car. And y'all are looking at what it's going to take to maybe change that, or at least we'll know what that's costing us? Is that what we're looking at? Because Ms. Garza's been asking this, and I've been
Yeah.
supporting her in it. We're still waiting.
Absolutely, that will be looking at, and it is common practice when police officers utilize that vehicle in an off-duty job that's not city-related, that the employer have some type of compensation for that vehicle.
So when will we get that information and be making that decision?
Stan
Because it's been
Standers.
a while.
Yes, Stan Standers, Police Chief. So when Chief Anderson and I discussed this, we have to recognize that this also has a fiscal impact on the entities for which we provide services, namely the district. The school district is the largest secondary employment provider for San Marcos Police Department.
You
And
talking
so-
about like football games and that kind of stuff?
Everything, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So whatever costs that you all ultimately adopt, you're actually passing those on to other entities.
I'm fine with Amazon taking it.
Yeah, so.
And I'm receptive to that, but whatever we bring to you, I just want to sensitize you to that it probably needs to be done in conjunction with budget cycles, and so that's what Chief Anderson and I discussed.
Well, and perhaps what we're going to need to know is how much of it is the school district and how much of it is private, and can we make a different determination depending on those categories? Then we're going to need that information. Good point.
Back to my question.
Yes, sir.
I just would like to know if they're on call 24 hours.
Yes, sir. So specifically, all officers are subject to recall, and then some officers are on call. And I'm not trying to parse that out, but I actually have to. For example, the SWAT team, robotics, drone, crisis negotiations, K-9, those officers are on call, and they receive compensation for being on call. Criminal investigations as well. Other officers are always subject to recall. So by policy, every officer has to provide a number at which they can be reached. So in case we have to do a mass recall.
And by recall, you mean call out and say, we need you?
Yes, ma'am, we could,
That's not what I think of when I hear the word recall.
right. So that's why I'm trying to differentiate for your all's benefit. There's recall and there's I'm on call. There are, in fact, a large group of officers who are on call right now. Everybody else that's not, they're subject to recall.
It was the definition for recall that we needed.
That brought up another question. Since they're on call, can they work a second job at the same time while they're on call?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, good question.
Yes, sir. And the city's business would take precedence.
Thanks, sir.
And
So-
do the other people know? I feel like, is that written somewhere where they're like, hey, you're supposed to be here at Amazon during like the peak season, you know, when they're all out there, like when it's like Christmas or whatever. But, you know, if something wild happens, they're gonna dip, like, that's weird, I don't know.
Or my class reunion where we had alcohol and we were required to have an officer.
Well, I
Somewhere
wasn't
along
even
there, the officer might have had to leave.
Well, I mean, that is equally as important.
That's my only experience of having to hire an off-duty officer.
I do not want to stand there and even try to fabricate that I have a resemblance of an answer. I would submit to you that it probably happens more often than we are aware. But it just probably depends upon the sensitivity of the job being done. As an example, if our SWAT officers are doing any type of secondary employment, they're averaging in excess of 40 call-outs per year. It's probably pretty normative for them to drop whatever they're doing and go handle city business. So I would submit to you that I don't even have a clue what the data would prove, but it's probably more often than we think.
So right now, like none of those like side gigs, like they don't go through y'all at all, right? Like that's between the officer and whatever. Like I think there's like a third, like another company, like an agency, or they could also do it like privately. But the practice right now is that the understanding is that officers can use their vehicle to do whatever side gig, but they don't have to run that by y'all.
Not accurate. Our policy requires that every secondary employment has to be approved by me. And so I review it all. All secondary employment is currently ran through predominantly 2 vendors. You all probably know one of them by name. And so there is a greater control mechanism there. Now, I echo your concerns because when I got here in late 2020, I asked the same question. What are we as a city recouping for the use of that city vehicle? And I was told nothing. In my former life, we absolutely did recoup vehicle expenses. So when Chief Anderson got here, I asked him, he said, absolutely in his former life he did. So we've conferred, we agree with you on the principle, but we also said, hey, this is going to impact our community partners. So we need to be wise in how we steward this change.
Right. Yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation. Again, I've been asking this for a while. I mean, it's because like it's using like city resources, but I think it's also like a liability thing, right? Like you're putting that burden on a police officer to have to like dip, and it's like, I mean, I think it's safe to say nothing crazy happened at the mayor's reunion.
No,
but like,
it did not.
if like he had to leave, but like that makes me anxious. Like being put in that position to have to like, I watch a lot of true crime, a lot of conspiracy stuff, and any minute, Chief, we've had this conversation, emergency management, like I'm just like waiting for stuff to hit the fan again, and I'm like, what? Like that's a really stressful position to put both the cops, the agency, and the person hiring them in.
And we agree, and some of the delay has also been because of the transition. Chief Standridge had been working on that prior with Chase, and so now this is the conversation that's been picked up by Mr. Anderson. So we do understand that that's an important thing, and we will be bringing back some information on that once they're able to get a formal proposal together.
What is it I always say? We're good at spending money. We're not as good as recouping and bringing in money. This is an opportunity.
So I had some questions.
Okay, hold on. Ms. Rodriguez had motioned that she wanted to say something. You can be next. That's
Question.
why I asked that you wait instead of just blurting out. Ms. Rodriguez.
Question, when we talk about wear and tear on vehicles, like we were talking about to justify, leasing and continuing to do that. So did I understand it correctly? Officers do take their vehicles home, correct?
It depends. There's a mileage limit, so if they live within the mileage limit, they do take those vehicles home.
And off the top of your head, what's that mileage limit?
I want to say it's 15 miles.
And do we have an idea how many officers live outside of our city limits?
I do not, no ma'am.
I'd really be interested in that, because I want to know if when we're talking about wear and tear, we're factoring in that as well.
But they wouldn't take them outside of the 15-minute radius, correct?
Out of the 15-mile radius.
I'm sorry, 15-mile radius,
Right.
correct. So if they are outside of that, they should not be taking them home.
How far is Havenwood?
Oh, I have no idea.
It's within it.
It's within it?
Yes, ma'am.
I only ask because I see a ton of cars going out there.
One of my assistant chiefs lives there, and he is within it.
Take my measuring stick.
Because it's of the city limits. boundaries.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, it's of the city limits, not of the PD?
Correct. It's of the city limit boundary.
Oh, well, that adds a new wrinkle, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And to your point on maintenance, I heard Mr. Locke say that police fleet vehicles do not fall under that maintenance provision with Enterprise. I'm not sure that's accurate. I hate to conflict with John, but I have a leased vehicle, and everything I do runs through Enterprise
Does
Fleet.
Mr. Avila, I know Mr. Avila's been standing there very patiently, and his department is actually who operates and runs and does the fleet. So, Mr. Avila, you want to add anything?
Thank you. Sabas Avila, Director of Public Works. To clarify, police vehicles, patrol vehicles do not have maintenance covered with leased vehicles. However, non-patrol vehicles do have maintenance coverage.
And Mr. Avila, sorry to put you on the spot. Do we know about how many we have patrol versus non-patrol, as far as like a ratio is concerned?
I do not know that number off the top of my head, but we can
Would you
get
say there's
that number.
more patrol than there are non-patrol?
No.
No?
We only recently started leasing patrol vehicles because Enterprise did not allow
Right.
patrol vehicles to be leased. They only made that change 2 years ago.
And I will tell you, you're kind of guru on the council. That's a vehicle expert, Mr. Scott. I know, I don't know if he wants to, but he looked at the enterprise agreement.
We're getting a really good deal with the enterprise agreement.
Yeah, we would hear otherwise from Shane if we weren't.
Yeah.
He told me, he said, you'd be hard pressed for him to believe that we were, and he looked at it, he was a
Yeah.
skeptic, so that's the reason
It's a good way to go. We're getting our money back tenfold compared to what we
That's
would
like
have,
a crazy
just selling
tenfold.
outright.
And,
Because they're trading them in sooner, so they're getting more money at the auctions for them, which transfers to more money we put into the next vehicle that we buy or release from, so
yeah.
it's a win-win.
And whenever we first did the enterprise, it was said that enterprise was gonna provide the oil changes and all that. And I said, what about our local vendors? They contract with people locally to do that.
Correct.
So,
And those were
That's good
otherwise
news.
positions I would have to come to
Right.
council for us to staff.
I'm warming up to the lease, but I'm not fully there yet.
I just want to know how much like market manipulation plays in all of it too, though.
Another question. Mr. Gonzalez?
I had more, but I started writing them down because I was forgetting them. Okay, actually, you already answered that one. I guess to Mr. Rodriguez's point, if we can get kind of numbers on how many officers do have take-home vehicles, and also, does that 15-mile rule apply to the on-call officers? So I guess the specialized units?
Yes, sir, the 15 miles applies across the board, to my knowledge, yes.
So if we did have, say, a negotiator that lived more than 15 miles away, is he driving to the PD to pick up a unit, or is he just going to the scene in a private vehicle?
Most of them will always drive to the PD to retrieve a vehicle.
Just wondering. And then I guess my biggest question was actually going back to, and you don't necessarily have to answer this now, and I'm not even sure really who it would be directed to. Have we looked at, I know other agencies have a model where secondary employment goes through the PD. I believe Waco and Maynard might, if I'm not wrong. Have we looked at like the benefits and pros and cons of that versus what we're currently doing?
I think both Chief Anderson and I can both speak to that. In my former life, it all went through the city. It's going to require probably a minimum of one full-time employee to administer that program.
Wow.
It's extensive to administer the program. The secondary employment contracts can exceed $700,000, $800,000 per year. Now, don't think that the officers are getting that amount of money, but that's the amount of money that we're talking about. So to facilitate that, that's why you have this outside provider who's willing to say, I'll do that, because there's some money to be made. If we took that on, it would necessitate at least one full-time employee.
But it wouldn't have to be it could be a civilian employee, correct?
Oh, it would definitely be a civilian employee, yes.
Correct. Are there any other questions on this section? Ms. Reyes, do you have any clarifications that you need from us?
So we have consensus for every item that's on that list.
That is true, but we're looking at that public safety staffing plan.
Correct.
And then there's some information y'all are going to get back to us, like
Absolutely.
within and without the 15 miles and other
Correct.
things.
But right now, that one does have consensus to
On
move
all
forward.
of them.
And on all of them, correct. But yes, we're going to do the number of on-call officers, and then also Ms. Fontenot during this meeting has already provided the study. So I believe that gives you all the information that has been requested, other than that one
Okay.
thing.
And we've been here an hour and 40. Did you have something else,
I
Chief?
did.
Go ahead.
My OCD, Ms. Garza, if I may. First, I want to applaud the job that Mr. Locke is doing in keeping all this straight. And he's also been very good at educating us about some of these. So, Ms. Garza, you had a question about the banknotes, and I want to give you the example that he gave me. We are in the process, Engine 7, in fact, is the first engine that isn't going through Sean Condor and CIP because it's 20 to 30-year debt, and instead moving under Mr. Locke's direction to this banknote. Think of the interest paid on a fire engine, $1 million engine, over a 7-year note versus a 20 or 30-year note.
Heck, yeah.
Think of the life expectancy of the apparatus. You wouldn't have a fire apparatus here at 20 or 30 years of age. So he's bringing those things through banknotes. First off, we're actually making the payments more in real time, tied to the life of the vehicle, than over longer periods of time where we might actually still be paying on something that's no longer in service. So I just wanted to speak to your point. When he educated me, that was where he sold me. And so we've moved now with Engine 7 from CIP debt to the banknote debt.
You know, I like for people to explain things like I'm a mindless child, so
I
that was
wasn't trying to
very
do that.
helpful.
He
No,
just,
no, no, no,
he
that
had to
was
explain it to
very-
me, and I'm not the sharpest crayon in the box, so.
That was very helpful. I appreciate that so much, Chief.
Yes,
Thank you.
And that has come up since Mr. Gregson was on the council, is there were several things on CIP in the past that we're paying 20 years on that, and one of them was, and, yeah, we won't go into that again, but, thank you.
I appreciate
Yes,
that.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, is your microphone on? Okay,
Oh, just, hello? Okay, there we go. I
now
can-
it's on.
Yes, it was green, but I'm with you. I didn't hear it
Right,
projecting.
echoing.
So that's why I know Ms. Garza earlier, when I answered the question about why it was a one-off and all that, is because, again, Mr. Locke is looking at what the financial picture is looking at as we're monitoring things, and he's giving us advice and recommendations, and he's telling me, Stephanie, this is better for us to do as a one-time versus doing it as a lease. So that's why I look to him to give me that guidance in terms of what the overall financial picture is, and then those are the recommendations we bring to you based on the guidance and us having that dialogue. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Your microphone isn't on. Okay. Okay, so it is now 8:47, and I'm going to ask that you be back at 8:53. And council, please don't make me have to go find you. Go do your bio break, come back, because the longer you take, the later we're going to be here.
6 minutes.
Yep. Turned, it is 8:54, and we are now up to enterprise funds. Mr. Locke, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The first enterprise fund that we're going to discuss is the largest enterprise fund, is the electric fund. And it accounts for all the transactions related to the electric enterprise. The electric fund purchases and distributes electric power to the San Marcos community. It supports all things related to the electric utility, as well as the capital improvement program. So any kind of infrastructure improvements are for the electric enterprise are paid for by the electric fund. The assumptions that go into the forecast that City Council will see on the next slide, this is the same forecast that was shared with City Council and the Citizens Utility Advisory Board during the fiscal year 25 budget process. This is just now, we're just looking at fiscal year '26. During the budget process, the rate models will be updated, and that'll be shared with the Citizens Utility Advisory Board, and they'll make a recommendation to City Council. Just some other points to know is that the current forecast assumes or predicts that an average of 2.6% effective increase in rates will be needed from '26 through '29. And what we're trying to do, the goal is to increase fund balance to 180 days. The current policy is to go up to 90 days, and because when the city's bond rating was decreased to BBB+, one of the reasons that was shared by the rating agency is that cities that operate within the ERCOT environment, it's more volatile, and that we needed to have more cash reserves. So at that time, I think we had about 109-day cash on hand. So we're trying to get to the 180-day cash on hand, and hopefully that'll lead to our bond rating increasing in the electric fund. We're also trying to increase the debt service coverage ratio to 1.4. This is something that we discussed in visioning. And just as a reminder, Dan Wegmiller, our financial advisor, he said that the legal minimum, which is just within the bond covenants, are typically between 1.2 and 1.3. A healthy coverage is 1.4 to 1.5, and anything above 1.5 is viewed as strong. And so our goal right now is just to get to that healthy coverage ratio. The forecast also assumes that personnel and operating expenses will increase by 3% annually, and that the amount included for the capital improvement program for electric is $10 million each year. This is what the model currently looks like. FY25 is now reads as the budget. That is the budget that was adopted. And we are estimating that we'll finish fiscal year '25 if the budgeted revenues and expenses come out as planned with a $33 million fund balance. That will be 150 days cash on hand. So we'll be well on our way towards that 180-day goal, and our current coverage ratio is 1.2. So we are meeting that legal minimum amount. If you look to the right of that, it shows what the forecasted amount for fiscal year '26 was. We would finish the fund with a fund balance of $35 million, increasing to 157 days. And by fiscal year '29, we would hit that 180-day mark, as well as the 1.4 ratio target that we're trying to hit. This is just a list of all the electric utility rate adjustments. There hasn't been as many rate adjustments in the electric fund. Actually, if you look at fiscal year '22, '24, and '25, in the past 10 years are the only years that the electric utility rates have been adjusted. Now moving on to the water wastewater fund. It accounts for all the operations related to the production distribution of the water and wastewater collection and treatment system. The primary revenue source are the rates charged to customers for the water wastewater use, and it supports everything related to the water and wastewater system, as well as the capital improvement programs for the water wastewater enterprise. The assumptions that go into the forecast here are similar to electric, because the Citizens Utility Advisory Board makes the same recommendation for water wastewater rates as it does for the electric rate. And this is something that differs with this fund. We are looking to get to a fund balance of 150 days. And we are still targeting the same debt service coverage ratio of 1.4 as with the electric fund. This fund also has the same assumptions of personnel and operational increases of 3%. That's included in the forecast. And the annual amount of debt that would be issued for the capital improvement program would be $15 million. Just as a note, there is a significant debt maturity in fiscal year '28 that will reduce some of the operating expenses. There is a total of about $3 million in debt that will be maturing, so that'll help the fund. And the water wastewater treatment plant operational agreement, it will be bid out this year, and it'll be effective during this year. This year being fiscal year '25. This is what the forecast for the water wastewater fund looks like. We are estimating that the ending fund balance will be $27 million. And that was after a 5% rate adjustment this year. So we'll finish at 150 days, and that is our goal for this particular fund. The debt service coverage is 1.2, so that is the legal minimum, that we are meeting the legal minimum. We want to get this to that 1.4 amount. And the target looks like we'll hit that in fiscal year '28. As you see the amounts of cash on hand increase, that wouldn't happen just as with the general fund. Any kind of, any available cash over the required minimum amount are used for one-time expenses. This is a history of the rate increases for the water and wastewater utility rates. This one, the only year that there was not an increase was in fiscal year '23. Now for our stormwater fund, and the stormwater provides funding for the stormwater management throughout the city. The primary revenue source are the rates charged to customers for stormwater management. That's based on impervious cover. It supports maintaining the city-owned drainage infrastructure, street sweeping operations, and the capital improvement for stormwater that is shared by the general fund. So the assumptions that are going into this forecast is that revenues will increase just by account growth by an average of 3.5% annually. So what you'll see on the next slide does not assume any rate adjustments. Personnel and operational expenses will increase by 3% annually. And we discussed earlier using that hybrid approach where the stormwater fund will fund up to $5 million of CIP, and the general fund will fund everything over that. And just wanted to mention that the stormwater master plan is currently underway. So this is what the stormwater forecast looks like. Right now, it looks like there's not a rate adjustment needed in the stormwater fund in the near term. We are looking to finish fiscal year '25 with a $3 million fund balance, and the fund balance policy at the 90 days requires 2.5. This is a history of the stormwater utility rate adjustments. The only year that stormwater utility rate wasn't adjusted was fiscal year '20, and then for the past 2 years. And that is due to City Council allowing the general fund to use its capacity to fund those stormwater CIP projects. In our resource recovery fund, this fund accounts for all the activities related to the solid waste disposal system. And the revenue source here are the rates charged to customers for solid waste services. This supports a lot of different activities, including residential trash recycling, green waste pickup, multifamily recycling, brush drop-off, the household hazardous waste, and what was recently added was the mattress removal program. The assumptions that go into this forecast is that revenues will increase 3% annually, and this too is by account growth, not by any rates being adjusted, and that personnel and operational expenses increase 3% annually. The Texas Disposal Systems is the city's contractor for refuse removal. It'll stay flat in fiscal year '26. For next fiscal year, and then it'll increase 3% annually from '27 through fiscal year '30. This is what the forecast looks like for resource recovery. In fiscal year '25, we are estimating to finish with a fund balance of $3.5 million, and the reserve requirement is 1.3. What is being recommended for this fund is to increase it from 60 to 90 days to $2 million, which is still well above that amount. This is a history of the utility rate adjustments in the Resource Recovery Fund. In fiscal year '25, we did an incremental rate adjustment. It was only 1%. The percentage show higher, and there's an asterisk there at the bottom of the slide, and that was from adding the $1 to each one of those services for the mattress removal program. Moving on to the airport fund was established to account for all the revenues and expenses at the regional airport. The primary revenue sources for this fund include the commercial and agricultural leases, hangar rentals, and fuel flowage fees. This supports all the operations at the regional airport. The assumptions that go into the forecast for the airport are that revenues will increase 3% annually, expenses by the same amount, and just to highlight some of the expenses that the general fund covers for the airport, the general fund will continue to provide typically there's a 10% match on state and federal grants. The general fund will continue to fund that, as well as the 10% match for an annual routine airport maintenance program, and that's about an $11,000 match. And from the capital improvement program, the general fund in fiscal year '25 used its capacity to fund a $3 million project at the airport, and in '26, a $550,000 project. It's something to note, in fiscal year '26, the $90,000 grant funding will end. That was funding one of the Texas Aviation Partners, the group that manages the airport, one of their employees. And this forecast does not include property tax revenues generated at the airport. There was some discussion to look at that beginning in fiscal year '26. And just want to make sure that council understands that is not included in this forecast. So when you look at fiscal year '25, we're estimating that revenues will meet expenses, and that the airport will finish with the $60,000 fund balance, and the same for fiscal year '26. The final enterprise fund that we're going to discuss, there's still two special revenue funds, but the final enterprise fund we'll discuss is transit, and it accounts for all the expenses related to the public transit system within the city. The primary revenue sources is federal and state grants. That accounts for 70% of the total revenue within the transit fund, and the general fund contribution accounts for 30% of the revenues. And this supports public transit operations that include local fixed bus routes, ADA service, and commuter bus routes from San Marcos to Austin. Assumptions that go into this forecast is that revenues increase 3% annually, and that personnel and operational expense increase the same. Something to know, this is the last year that we will have COVID funding for the transit operations. So beginning in fiscal year '27, the general fund's contribution will increase by $300,000. That amount is included in the general fund forecast that was shared earlier. This is what the transit forecast looks like. We're estimating to finish fiscal year '25 with a $700,000 fund balance. That's above the $500,000 fund balance policy. You'll see fiscal year '27 through '29 with a box around it. That's just identifying those years where the general fund's contribution will increase by about $300,000. And that brings us to the decision points for the enterprise funds.
Okay, council, this is your participation time. Not as many questions as there was before. So the first is continue the incremental rate increase approach for all utilities. You probably heard this before, that in some years past, we didn't, and then we'd hit 4 or 5 years and go, oh, we really need something, and then boom, there would be a large increase. And so what we've been doing is doing that small each year, so we don't have to whoop up on people with the big increase after 4 years or so. So the question is, do we want to continue doing the incremental rate approach for all the utilities? Ms. Rodriguez, I will start with you on this one.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm a yes, Mayor.
Ms. Garza? I'm a yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes to all of them.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
All right, here's a tough one. Should late penalties be included in rate models? We had some discussion about this a couple of weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, whenever it was, that we had the full discussion about utility payments. Mr. Gonzalez, I'm going to go to you first. Just leave your microphones on, folks, because these are going to go pretty fast.
Okay, the question was if the late fees should be applied.
No, to be included in the rate models. Like, are we going to count on that income when we're,
No, I don't think we should be counting on people not, no.
okay. But understanding, or would you like to explain what the implications are if we don't? I'm not saying it's wrong, you just need to know what the what the end result is going to be.
And as we discussed at that utility billing assistance program, it would be roughly a 0.5% increase in these funds to make up the difference of the late fees. And then when the late
Or
fees.
0.5% in increase in the rate,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay, you said in the fund, but I'm talking about to the ratepayer, what's going to be the?
0.5%.
A 0.5%.
That's what I meant, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let's say someone pays on the due date half of it, and waits another 2 weeks to pay the other half. How does that work?
It's still the late fee.
Still a late fee? No.
Well, it wouldn't be a late fee, as long as they call us before the due date, we can set up a payment plan for that. They just have to call before the due date.
Right, but still, if they pay a late fee, it's a late fee, and we're talking about whether those should be included in the rate model.
Correct, yes,
And that's
ma'am.
what we're talking about, not any one individual
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
Oh, I still say no, Mayor.
Okay, got it. Ms. Garza?
For situations like this, I really would have liked to maybe hear some different options, like what do some folks do, like what are some frameworks, like what's the pros and the cons, like my area of expertise and my background is not utilities, right? Like that would have been helpful. I tried to make sense of some of the stuff online, but it's hard to go out and read things that sometimes it's like not as comparable to our community. So I feel like I've asked this before, like when we have like consensus on like, oh, maybe we should revisit this, perhaps providing some more context or information would be helpful. But generally, just based off of what I've been able to read, again, not being an expert in this, is no, I don't think that we should be counting on yeah, the late penalties. Yeah.
I have a problem with doing it just philosophically, but then again, I don't want to see that 0.5% rate increase. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say 50%. Mr. Scott?
I'm saying no.
Mr. Scott's a no. Mr. Mendoza?
I'm gonna say yes, because I really like the QAB board to take a look at this. These are the individuals who have done this for years, and they're the experts out there. Well,
They haven't been doing it for years because there's a lot of turnover on that committee.
they're definitely more knowledgeable than I am right now on it, so.
So you want QAB to weigh in on
I want
this?
QAB to weigh in on
So you said yes, but QAB, and what you really mean is QAB?
it. QAB, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said yes first, though. I'm writing down the yes.
Oh, then let's let QAB take a look at that.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Along with the philosophical reasons that I share with the mayor. I also think that we're just a great council, and our new utility assistance partners are gonna do a great job, and no one's gonna have to pay late fees, so why would we depend on them having to pay late fees?
Ask, believe, receive.
So I'm gonna put a no with a little asterisk.
Yeah. But yeah,
Well, and that, really, that's why I'm saying, look at 50%, because I think there's gonna be less of that. So we need to be looking at a smaller number that will be paid next year, so that was why my 50% is, I think there's gonna be less, so I hope there's less.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
I mean, obviously, I have moral concerns about this. I'm not trying to give the public the idea that we're trying to generate revenue off of, the instance of them not paying on time. When you say some of the implications, or it will increase by, you said 0.5?
Yes, ma'am.
Then that's the overall utility rate itself?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So just the revenue that the late fee was generating within a particular fund, like the electric fund, that'll get removed out of the rate model, and rates will be set assuming that that revenue is not going to be received.
So
And
am I understanding correctly that it would really attribute to the same thing, we're just not calling it explicitly, us saying, we're basing it off of fines and fees?
Not necessarily, right, John? Because it's not gonna affect everybody. It's those who don't pay their bills on time, and so it's not gonna necessarily affect all ratepayers in the same way, assuming that. And based on the extensive conversation that we had with council before, that's why we're asking this question. This isn't typically a question we would put in this budget policy, but we thought it was important to understand philosophically where you are as a council. And so what this means basically is if you say no and to not include them, then when we're looking at that slow as you go, when it comes to a rate increase, so say, for example, the rate model says that it necessitates a 2% rate increase, then you're gonna really be looking at a 2.5% increase because possibly you're not getting enough revenue to cover the expenses that you would need to look at for the rate model. So the way that this has been done in the past is it's a balanced approach. It's knowing that we, again, using historical trends, what we normally get for late fees, and so it helps to soften the pressures that you need for the rate increase. So that's the balancing act, again, that we look at in terms of all the factors that go in to make up what is needed for a rate to cover your expenditures for running this fund.
So we said that 0.5% rate increase. So using the forecasted numbers, right now we're forecasting an electric rate increase of 2.9. If we're not gonna take this into consideration, you would then be forecasting 3.4.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But we're still collecting the late fee.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's
So
what
then-
my
So
question
essentially
was.
we're
So, yeah, when I say there, give us other options, there's other options, right? Right now, it's just like, oh, you guys wanna get rid of the late fees because of, the vibe is bad, right? But then it's but it's not meaningful unless there's other options.
And that's sort of why I asked the question I did.
What it means is that, yes, you're still collecting the late fee, but what that means is that it goes into your fund balance because you're not programming it. If you're saying that historically you have received late fees, and then you're attaching expenses to what you've historically gotten, then you're adding those recurring expenses. If you do it this way, yes, you're gonna have the rates that you're gonna have to look at, but anything that you get over and above that amount is gonna go into your fund balance
So
within
theoretically,
these
can
funds.
we do something to earmark that surplus to, go back into the utility assistance program? So essentially, late
Yes.
fees are now just paying for future utility assistance?
It could.
I like where you're going with that.
Yes, absolutely. Because if it's one-time expenditures, then you can do that, because it wouldn't be coming, it's basically like what you're doing with your city hall, where you're saying any excess fund balance would be going towards a certain thing. So yes, that is an option.
However, that still means that everybody's paying another 0.5% on the rate.
Correct.
And that's my concern, is we didn't create the late fees to generate revenue, the late fees have a purpose. We do collect them because people are often late, and because we have it in the kitty, then that's what we're basing rates on.
That's why it's always been, you're exactly right. But that's why it's meant in the way, and I understand the philosophy, so I'm not trying to go against that at all, because that's your prerogative of council to make those decisions. But that's why in the past, the philosophy has been to base it on realistic historical trends of what has occurred, not in the way that it's being looked at, and again, it's a different perspective.
Yeah.
But it's to soften the rate pressures that puts on the rate payers, because realistically, you're going to get this income because it is, as long as you
Yeah.
have late fees.
But we may
Someone's gonna pay
have
for 'em.
less now that we've got 3 more agencies that are out there
Correct.
distributing the dollars. So I'm serious. We said, yep, we're good with historic trends, except when something is going to change that trend, which is, there's gonna be more assistance. I don't know if it's gonna be 50%, I just pulled that
Right.
out of the air. But there's gonna be fewer late fees if these programs are working the way that we want them to. So if there's fewer late fees, then we need to we need to plan on fewer late fees, which is going to translate into a little bit of an across the board.
Which this actually gets with that philosophy, because if you're saying there's gonna be fewer late fees, then you don't wanna be irresponsible and plan on historical trends of what has been, what we've seen
Yeah,
without all of those assistance programs.
Yeah.
So this
So-
actually is a little more conservative of an approach to take, because you are saying that we shouldn't rely on getting $1 million, I'm just using that as $1 million, versus we may realistically now with these new programs that we have only get $200,000, then we shouldn't be responsibly attaching expenditures to that additional money. So that's why I feel like if council wants to go in that direction, we do that, and then we can evaluate too, because we won't know for several years what that historical trend pattern is going to be, because you're setting a new normal. And so we don't necessarily know until the time passes, and we can do those evaluations to see what the actual money is that we bring in those fees anyway. Does that?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we can also decide what the rates are gonna be. We don't have to increase them as well.
What was that, Mr.
We
Scott?
don't have to increase the rates either. I mean, that's, just because we're saying it doesn't mean we have to do it.
Right, but it's just a matter of if the rate model
It's just a model though. It's
that
not-
that says, to go back to your debt service coverage ratio that you're trying to achieve, and you're trying to reach those goals, that the recommendations would be from the rate model based on those goals that we have. And so if any of that is not gonna be met, then that is a decision that could come back to council to tell you, okay, if it's not gonna be met with our current rates, this is what it's gonna take for you to meet those.
Okay,
And
I
then
think
you would
we
be
got
making those
4.
decisions at that time.
We got 4, so let's move on.
Oh my God, is he mayor now?
I am.
Right now, he is.
State of emergency.
Or, Fran, it's like you said, the model they have, the model they had before when it said if we take money from our electrical fund, that we weren't gonna make it. And you kept insistent, we're gonna be just fine,
Yeah,
and we were just fine.
just fine.
But we weren't just fine, but that's for a different conversation.
Shane Scott, the mayor we didn't know we needed.
We were fine. You hear the gavel?
So the consensus on that one is do not include penalties in the rate model, so we will ensure that that is not taken into account, and then see what the scenarios are that come back based on the goals that we have. We can have further discussion about what happens if we're still collecting late fees and there are increases in the rate, then what y'all want to do with how you want to earmark those late
I mean, we're
penalties.
still gonna get late fees.
Right.
Correct.
Still apply it to this. We're just saying don't use it as a calculation.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
almost wanted to switch my vote and use it as a calculation, just so it could have the irony of like a year from now or 6 months from now, talking about how we have a budget deficit because people pay their bills on time.
Which actually is seeming like
Right, the next one is the electric fund.
what's gonna happen.
But either way, they're collecting the late fees.
Correct, but we're just not gonna, we're not gonna put that in our
Not
rate
as part of
structure,
it.
exactly.
Okay.
And then we'll bring you back the model and the scenarios and meeting the goals without that calculation and the revenues.
Who was first?
And we can change things then if we have to.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, bring it back, come on.
Sal, I think you're first on the next one, the electric fund.
I'm sorry.
The next one, the electric fund, you wanna change the requirements of the 150 days to the 180 days, recurrent expenses.
150 days for. Sorry.
Yeah, the current fund balance policy says work towards 90 days, and we're at 150 days right now. So we would like to update that to say maintain 150 days and work towards the 180 days, which is where we think we need to be in the electric fund.
That's going from the 1.2 debt coverage ratio to the 1.4?
Yes, and that's, I think, the next bullet is
Okay.
moving from 1.2 to 1.4.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And to raise it to the 180, that means we're gonna have to raise the rates.
In order to do what, I'm sorry?
You said you wanted to bring it up to 180 or something instead of the.
150.
Yes, sir. That doesn't necessarily impact the rates. Rates do need to bring in more revenue than, than the expenses in order to add to the fund balance. So I should, clarify that. My initial statement wasn't accurate. So yes, the rates do play into that because we need to bring in more money than what we're spending in order to build up the fund balance.
Or we could spend less money. I mean, in
Correct.
theory. Not necessarily in this
Or-
account, but
yes,
just
sir.
in theory. I mean,
Yes.
Or we could just spend less money.
Yes.
So it's a kind of
Mr. Locke,
yes,
I have a question on that.
Yes, yes.
So a while back when we were talking about the rating agency, some of the rationale on why it would be beneficial to increase this was because we live on a grid that is unreliable, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So because the state has chosen to underfund it or connect to the larger grid at hand, there's consequences for municipalities, is what I'm hearing.
In the views of the rating agencies, yes, ma'am.
And do the rating agencies, to your knowledge, do they take that into consideration that the state refuses to actually invest in our energy?
I'm sure that they look at state investments, in the infrastructure, on a larger scale, and trying to assess the amount of risk that the city's electric enterprise would have, yes. Yes, ma'am.
It's kind of yes or no, 150 days or that.
And what it does is because outside of the grid, when you think about our electric utility infrastructure, it's all above ground. It's not underground, so it's not protected in the same way as underground utilities, so it's got more volatility. So if you had a natural disaster occur, and we have, in different things, then, and it came to wipe out a bunch of the infrastructure, it's how many days worth of operating expenses do you want to make sure, because that would mean that we're having to go and replace all that infrastructure to provide people. That would be a core basic service,
Oh, and-
because it's to meet their basic needs.
And I understand that. It was more so a dig at the state. Genuinely. I mean, that was really where it came from, so.
I got that.
I'm a yes.
Yeah,
But no, I'm okay with the changing.
Okay, we're going in order, you guys.
What's that?
okay, was I
okay,
next?
Yeah, you were the one asking.
I can't understand our mayor.
Yeah, I'm yes.
Okay, good. Yeah.
I'm a yes
Listen,
on the first one,
I'm a
yes.
yes.
I'm a yes.
Matthew?
I'm a yes, but actually I have a question now. Sorry, well, because you mentioned a natural disaster and stuff. So 180 days of recurring operational expenses, that's 180 average days, but during a natural disaster, costs go up. So it's not really going to cover 180 days, right? I mean, hopefully we're not dealing with a natural disaster for 6 months, but still.
But Yes, I
Probably
mean,
150 days.
Probably, yeah.
yes.
Okay, cool. Either way, I'm a yes.
Cool.
Okay, we're on the point, next point. You wanna do it, Mayor?
Well, Mayor, do you want to vote on change fund balance requirement to maintain 150 days? Everybody else was
Yep.
yes.
Yep,
That's all you've missed.
thank you. And then the next is maintain debt service coverage ratio of 1.2 while working towards 1.4. And we've talked about this multiple times and said that's where we need to go, but we'll confirm it again today. Ms. Garza?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, and both Mr. Gonzalez has said yes, so we'll put you down as 7. All right, on to water, wastewater. Same song, second verse.
Yes, ma'am.
You can
Oh,
give
I'm
me-
sorry. It would help if I changed one.
Yeah, okay, and y'all, you can give me 2 answers on this one at the same time. I'll go first with a yes and yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, yes.
And Mr.,
Yes and yes.
thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes to both.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Ms. Garza?
Yes.
All right, and on to stormwater.
So,
Third verse. Should have asked you for all of them at the same time. Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
What was stormwater called before? Was it that drainage?
Drainage
Drainage.
utility.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
And before that came aboard, we financed it from the general fund, right?
Yep.
And
Yes,
then we made up this, we called it this, whatever, it's another way to get into the tax.
It's a fee.
Well, it's a tax, either way you look at it, you're paying more. Okay. I guess I'm a no, ma'am.
Okay, and got you down as a no. Hold on. Ms. Garza, did I ask you already?
No, but this
Okay.
is just, it's the same thing, right? Like
Yeah,
not
there's
like-
actually no change,
Yeah.
and my apologies, we probably shouldn't have even included this in there because there's no change. It's just like the general fund, there's no change.
Right.
Right, there's no change.
Yeah, then sure.
Okay, so Mr. Sal Gonzalez is our only no. And on to resource recovery,
Well,
fourth
so-
verse.
I had I guess, other consideration, and it's not what I
Okay,
think.
go for it.
Or, it is, but not, whatever. Anyways, so, kind of referencing the letter we got, but can we look at creating, I guess, a 4th or 5th category? So right now we have basically 2 or 3 levels of residential and then commercial, which, like our school district falls under commercial. Can we create I don't even know what we would call it, but, I mean, technically our school district isn't a commercial entity, they're not.
I think that was based on the size.
It's the
Right, but
impervious
that's what
cover.
I'm saying, so can we create something for?
Other governmental
entities,
entity or
yeah,
something?
like the school district that are bigger than a residential area but are not a profit generating entity at a low, some rate between the residential rate and the commercial rate.
Yes, you can, and that item is scheduled for the March 4th agenda.
Alright.
So if y'all want to talk about that one specifically, we can, but yes, you could look at whatever structure you would like.
March 4th.
Yep,
I guess
we'll
we'll
see
talk
it.
about it March.
Tuesday,
That's next week.
Tuesday, yeah.
Okay, so, yes, we can look at that.
Okay, cool.
Good idea. All right, resource recovery, 4th verse. Ms. Garza?
Yes.
Me, I'm a yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mendoza?
Yes, ma'am.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, on to airport. Defer impact of keeping revenue generated at the airport to FY 2027. Basically, this is just stay where we are.
Correct.
We thought about maybe bringing the income
We
and
can't
applying
afford to do
to
it.
the airport, but we can't afford to do it now. And so we're saying we're pushing that into the future. So we're not actually changing anything, we're just not doing something we thought about doing.
Correct.
Okay, I'm a yes. Mr. Scott's a yes.
Yes.
Mr. Mendoza? Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Ms. Garza?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. And that brings us to transit, fifth verse. We'll start with Mr. Scott this time.
Yes.
Ms. Mendoza?
Yes, ma'am.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. And we are now to, you get to talk for a while before we answer questions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
These shouldn't go too long. You're on it. Thank y'all, council, for your patience and working with us, and we're home stretch here.
Yes.
Yes.
Last two funds. This is, let me get to it, the hotel tax fund, and it was established to account for the local occupant tax of 9%. That's the 7% hotel tax and 2% venue tax. And these monies are collected to support tourist development activities, downtown events and promotion, and the arts in accordance with state law. The primary revenue source are those two that just mentioned, the occupancy tax of 7%, and then the venue tax that's currently being used to repay the conference center debt of 2%. And there are some different activities that hotel tax supports. So looking at the assumptions that went into the hotel tax forecast, revenues were adjusted to account for the completed renovations at Embassy Suites. Originally, that completion date was supposed to be July of this year. And revenues will increase 1% annually. That's a extremely conservative assumption using 1%. The 3-year growth of hotel tax is 14%, and the 5 is 7%. And personnel and operational expenses will increase by 3%. Using those assumptions, this is what the forecast looks like. In fiscal year '25, we will estimate it to end with a fund balance of $3.1 million, and the fund balance policy for that is $800,000. And you see in fiscal year '26 with these assumptions, we will bring in more revenue than expenses, and will continue to do so through the end of this forecast in fiscal year '29. Now to the final fund, the Community Enhancement Fund. The description on this fund has been revised to reflect exactly what the adopting ordinance reads, how it reads. And so the fee became effective January 2016 as for activities and programs contributing to the beautification and cleanliness of the city that may include litter and nuisance abatement, street cleaning, mowing and landscaping, dead animal removal, and building improvement grant programs.
But you left out, but not limited to.
I did skip over that, yes, I did.
I want to make sure we've got, but not limited to.
It is in there, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. The revenue source are the residential and commercial fees that are paid. And it supports a lot of different efforts, beautification efforts, graffiti abatement, litter pickup, maintaining the public flower beds, downtown sweeping, as well as additional mowing along the I-35, and code enforcement for unsafe structures and blight. So in the fiscal year '25 budget, the items that were funded included community enhancement technicians, and they address graffiti abatement, illegal signs, dumping, flyers and stickers, as well as abandoned homeless camps. Keep San Marcos Beautiful with Adopt a Spot, environmental educational outreach, river cleanups, monthly and special litter cleanups, beautification maintenance, and citywide certifications such as Bird City, Scenic City, and Bee City. They have a horticultural team, and there's a 2-person team that maintains all the landscaped areas throughout the city. We have an agreement with Easter Seals that includes roadway litter pickup, maintaining medians, downtown sweeping, weekend and holiday litter pickup at the river parks, mowing neighborhood parks and the additional mowing on I-35. And code enforcement officers. It funds one code enforcement officer that addresses unsafe structures and blight. And that particular officer is scheduled to move to the general fund in fiscal year '26. In addition to that, these are some of the items that have been, some of the efforts that have been completed in fiscal year '25. Those include updating the citywide mowing map to clearly show the city properties and rights-of-way to be maintained, and stop maintaining the private property that was previously being mowed erroneously. So that did result in a savings of around $150,000. Also developed routine mowing maintenance standards and schedule for city properties and rights-of-way, including corridors, gateways, downtown drainage easements, city facilities, and riparian areas. This also resulted in savings as well as enhanced maintenance. This savings is a little more difficult to gauge because where you're not mowing as much in one place, you might be mowing more in another place. Some items that are still in progress, develop and design a guide that prescribes standard types of plantings across multiple rights-of-way with the goal of easier maintenance, using less water, and adding more pollinators for birds, bees, and monarchs. And this is in process, and we believe that this will have a cost savings as well as environmental stewardship. So looking at the forecast for this fund, the assumptions that go into it is revenues increase 3% annually, personnel and operational expenses increase 3% annually, and we reduced personnel expense in FY26 by moving the second code compliance officer into the general fund. There's a note on here because this is something that will be coming back to City Council for consideration in a budget amendment. Previously, there was $200,000 set aside for demolition of unsafe structures. That has not been budgeted in this fund, and so there will be a budget amendment coming forth in the coming month, probably the mid-year budget amendment, to request to reallocate $200,000 for that purpose.
From what?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
From what?
From within the Community Enhancement Fund, from the fund balance.
Fund balance, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So this is what the community enhancement forecast looks like. By moving those compliance officers out of the fund, it gave it a much different outlook. When we looked at this prior to doing that, the expenses were going to exceed revenues. But by moving those two compliance officers out, revenues will exceed the expenses. And we estimate to finish fiscal year '25 with a $900,000 fund balance, and the fund balance policy at 90 days is $200,000. And in fiscal year '26, the estimate is to finish with $1 million. If we were to allocate that $200,000, then we would have to subtract that $200,000 from that fund balance. And now we're at the decision points for the special revenue funds.
Okay, I'm going to start with hotel tax, or you may have heard it called HOD, hotel occupancy tax. Continue budgeting revenues based on conservative historical trends. I know that's kind of interesting because do we have enough years past COVID now that we feel like we've got what we need, Ms. Reyes? Okay, and just to go back about budgeting, for a number of years, we were super conservative about sales tax. And every year we were over and we were over and we over. And finally, maybe when Heather was still here, says, shall we budget a little higher? And I think that worked for a year or two and then it bit us. So even when you're doing the historicals, sometimes you have to be still pretty careful. So on this one, I will go around, and Ms. Rodriguez, I will start with you. And I'm going to say, let's go ahead and answer all three at the same time, if y'all are good at that. So the next one will be change fund balance requirement to maintain 25%. Currently, we're exploring creating to maintain 90 days. Difference in 90 days and 25% is, Mr. Locke?
Nothing.
All right. But because I asked this on the message board, there's something about the reason about the funds that we use
The type of fund it is, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. And then the third one is continue allocating funding for historical restoration and preservation based on capacity. I'll have an asterisk on my answer on that. Ms. Rodriguez, your turn.
First two I'm okay with. The asterisk, I'm wondering if it's the same thing I have.
Probably.
What are some things in the past we've used this money on?
Well, in the current year, there was a little over $400,000 of fund balance budgeted for this. And the question, I think, was related to if there's funds remaining from that, do we want to rebudget those next year? Or I guess council could also budget additional because there was some fund balance there if council wanted to.
I need to clarify that. You said something about funds remaining from what going where?
From the $400,000 that was budgeted this year for that purpose.
So we haven't used it all yet and looks like we may not. Is that what you're saying?
I don't believe so.
Rebecca's there.
And I'm
Yeah.
looking
Ms.
around.
Ramirez is here. She's coming in.
Okay.
She was watching us. Because what I was thinking was that we would only do historical restoration based on if there's enough money left over to do that. And that's not where I was gonna go. Ms. Ramirez, enlighten us.
Hi,
Yvonne.
Rebecca Ibarra.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm on cold medication.
15 years,
On that
yes.
scissor.
Yeah.
Rebecca Ibarra.
Well, you hyphenated for a long time.
Yes, I was. Rebecca Ibarra, Director of Destination Services. This year, we have not spent any of those funds. I take full responsibility of not having finalized the application process for that, but as soon as we get that done, then we should be distributing funds.
Okay.
How much money we got left? All of
We
The
have
$400,000.
$400,000.
When was that?
It was a one-time fund allocation for this fiscal year.
And that was made the previous fiscal year?
Started
Okay.
October 1st.
400,000.
Yeah, so the maximum allocation that can be, the maximum amount of money that can be allocated per year for historic funding or preservation is 15% of the total collections for that year. And that is about 15% of what is collected.
And
That's
how
the
many
max?
years have we been
The
doing
max.
this?
So
This is the first time we've allocated the 15%.
we agreed to do the max for that?
That's
And
wild, yeah.
That was a
I
council
mean, I'm
decision.
just philosophically, I mean, we
I
were
know
having
it's
a whole
hotel-
discussion.
It's hotel tax that can't be used for a lot of things. And we have historic things that need attention, or that we need to pay attention to.
Like,
And I was looking at this, the Dunbar Home Economics Building, and I was looking at this as a source of funding. Oh, here comes the coughing fit again. I was looking at this as a source of funding so we didn't have to use general fund. Because there's a limit on things that you can use. Thank you. A real limit on how you can spend hotel tax dollars.
So for this particular point, though, it's asking for continuing to allocate funding. So is that talking about an additional funding even though we haven't?
That is correct.
Utilized.
That would be for fiscal year 26, yes, ma'am.
There's places to spend that money, we just haven't done it yet. I don't understand what the application is.
We will have an application process similar to the art grants funding, so we will have that process as well.
Oh, I'm gonna have a bunch of questions about that then. That wasn't the plan when we started putting this money aside, but, okay.
I think my answer to this is gonna be, I need more information, because right now, I don't even remember. You said Dunbar a second ago, and I remember,
That was one
Right.
way we could fund
Right.
that, and the 400 wasn't gonna get it, the whole
No.
thing.
Correct,
I forget what the total cost is, but it's more than,
yeah. Pete Binion would be best to
Right.
answer that.
but it's more than 400.
I think I'm next, Mayor.
Oh, hold on, I need to finish up with Ms. Rodriguez first, but
yeah, I
we're
think
we're
I
getting
just-
some good information on what
I
you
think I
could
just
base
need
your
more
answer.
information about that one specifically. The first two, I'm okay with.
Okay, and now Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have a question. When we have a disaster of some sort, our hotels seem to rise in price significantly, quite a bit of money. How do we deal with that? I had a lot of complaints that some were charging $180 versus what they used to charge before, $60 or $70. Is that even legal for them to do that?
So anytime you feel or you hear that there is price gouging, then most of the time, we are contacted, and then we contact the Attorney General's office to make them aware of that. And
Have
that's usually taken care of immediately.
Okay, then y'all do get complaints and y'all do follow up
On
with it?
occasions, we've had, yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm okay with the first three, Mayor.
All three, okay. Ms. Garza, I've got you down as a more info
Well,
for the third one.
right, so the first two it's fine, but okay, so this is for next year, right? Okay, so right now I think I'm a no on the third one. Because I can't even, it's difficult for me to even imagine like what we're doing with it now. Yeah. And I'm curious more to hear when you bring us more information, like what projects we can do to support like
I can do
the
that for you.
arts and bringing folks in like now.
Yeah, but there's another bucket of money for arts, right, that we are spending?
That one's set at a maximum of 15%, and we've reached that
We've
now.
done that.
Right, but I mean, we do that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not like we need to create the arts because we've already done it and we've been doing it for
Or
years and years.
tourism
Yes,
or Whatever, yeah. Yeah, curious to see what's up with, for this year too, but that's all I got really.
I'm still not sure I know what based on capacity is, but I'm a yes to continue funding for historical restoration and preservation at the max 15%. And I need a whole lot more information about how y'all are planning to spend that money.
I can do that.
Mr. Scott,
I'm a yes on all three.
Mr. Mendoza,
Yes on all three.
Mr. Gonzalez.
So I'm a yes on the first two. I guess a no for now until we get more information. But also these 15% limits, those are set by who?
The
state?
legislature,
Okay.
they're state statutes.
Yeah, I mean, I would like more information on specifically what it could be spent on and all the limits for the different categories or whatever. I don't necessarily want to commit to funding one area when there's possibilities that we can spend it somewhere else.
And like how we would prioritize some of these projects. Like I can get behind the Dunbar Home Economics Center. I just think when I hear historical preservation in this town sometimes, how do I pick my words?
Opinions vary?
Yes.
It's in the eye of the beholder. It's very subjective. And the reason I'm saying I can get behind something like Dunbar is, I mean, my God. I mean, the black community, what it was before versus what it is now. I mean, that's why I'm saying I can support something like that. Now, if historical preservation or restoration is like a statue of a slave owner, I'm not really getting behind that. So I want to see like the projects and kind of how that would work.
I can prepare something for you.
Okay, thank you.
And this concludes special revenue funds, hotel tax. Next is community enhancement. And if we could, yeah, I guess we're waiting on that slide to roll over. First one, sixth verse, changing the fund balance to the 25%. And the second is transfer the second and final. Did we have three and we've moved one per year? Is that why that's second and final?
We had two, so this will be moving the second one out of the fund and into the general fund.
Why does it say second and final? Second, and we're not going to do any more?
Correct,
Could have
ma'am.
done three.
It's
Okay.
just, it's the last.
I was thinking we had three and we've moved two out. Okay, regardless, it's moving a code compliance officer from community enhancement back to the general fund. that based on available capacity is kind of scary, but I get where you're going on that. So, Mr. Saul Gonzalez, if you would give me 2 answers here, and then we've got another page, but I want to stay with a slide at a time. Mr. Gonzalez, it's just these 2.
I'm good with both.
Thank you.
But Mayor, I'd like to know how many other funds we have like this that the money has not been used, that we don't know
You're going back
about.
to hotel tax.
I mean, going forward with everything else, how much money do we have in the bucket that we didn't use?
That's a good question. Ms. Reyes, we're just going to give you that question and leave that there. As far as, you're talking about the special, these funds.
These and all others, because I was under the impression that all the money's been used, and if there's extra money out there that they just want to roll it over, I would like to know.
You're talking about just the fund balance for community
I
enhancement?
think we're talking about projects like what we all thought was going to happen with the historical dollars out of the hotel tax, and nothing's been done yet. And I'm sure there's good reasons for that, but still, we'd like to hear them. And then where else there might be money that's been set aside to get something done, and we're not there yet.
Thank you for reading my
Again,
mind.
Is that okay? Again, there could be very good reasons why it hasn't, but we'd like to know them because we get asked by the public sometimes, and we'd like to know those reasons that we could give back to those asking us. Thank you for asking that, Mr. Gonzalez. That was a good one. Ms. Garza?
Yes and yes.
Okay, and I am yes and yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes and yes.
Mr. Mendoza?
Absolutely yes and yes.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
Yes and yes.
And Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes and yes.
All right, let's go on to the next page. And we've got to community enhancement fee, okay. Yes, using the fund to support new intersection plantings and gateway monuments. Council requested more information regarding the original purpose of this fund, which we did. That's not a question I need to ask you. And council requested more information such as location, initial costs, and anticipated costs for maintenance. Do we have that?
We provided all of that as part of our visioning follow-up.
Okay.
And Ms. Fontenot emailed all of that to everybody yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I'm behind on reading. Okay. Sent yesterday, okay. Oh, and we're getting more information. Okay, so really, all it is do I need to ask the question? Do we want to still use the fund to support new intersection plantings and gateway monuments? Is that my only question on this screen?
Yes, we just want to proceed forward.
Okay. Then, Ms. Garza, you are first on this one.
Yeah, no, I just think that it could be used on a bunch of other stuff, so I'm a no. And I still don't understand a lot of this. So.
It's community enhancement money, so it's not stuff that could be utilized for
Right.
certain services. It was, the ordinance sets it up for like beautification, vitality, things like that. So
Yeah, I know, I'm a no.
Okay. I'm a yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez?
I honestly don't even know what we're talking about, so I don't feel comfortable voting one way or the other.
So your
So,
question mark?
Yeah.
All right, that's okay. Ms. Rodriguez?
I'm a yes.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm a yes with a question. Does this include also a demo of a home that's under this?
that could be,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Well, that 200,000 is going to come back in.
Correct.
And they're going to bring that to us. This question was about the intersections and the gateway plantings in particular.
But community enhancement funds can be utilized for what you're
That
asking.
was my.
Yes,
intent.
and we have set that aside before.
Okay.
But how about these gateway plantings? Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Doesn't sound like it's taken away from the demolition fund, so we're good to go.
It's basically, if you look at some of your communities, I'll use Kyle to the north of us, and you see that they've created a sense of place, so when you're entering their community from all different places, you know that you're entering the city of Kyle. They have those gateway monuments, they have plantings, throughout their major intersections. It creates a sense of place, of knowing that you're in their city. And one of the things that I hear about a lot is about us not looking like we upkeep and maintain our rights of way and
What have
that
I been
things.
saying?
So that is the purpose of these funds, and we just want to use them for those purpose.
Looks like a
for that
jungle.
purpose.
Yep. So I'm a yes, but please, please. Don't, no. Don't let it become like the Craddock median. Put something out there that's
Everybody can see.
not overdone
Yes.
and doesn't need a lot of maintenance and gets the maintenance that it does need.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if it's gonna look like the Craddock median, we have not achieved our goal. Okay, next.
It was just a recap of the budget calendar, which we went over at the beginning, so I will spare city council from going through that again, and so that brings us to the end.
I did actually have a question I know we weren't supposed to ask questions during it. Regarding the preliminary tax roll and the certified tax roll, in your experience, have those, like the preliminary one that was provided, how far, or has it been pretty similar to the final one?
It's, interesting that you asked that question, and really, a lot of it depends on the chief appraiser and the approach. And so in Hayes County last year, the difference between the preliminary and the certified was $1 billion.
Jesus.
Yes.
Higher or lower?
Lower. So there are times when there is a big difference. Typically, you do not see that. That is really unusual. It's usually a couple % difference. That was surprising. That was part of why we were scrambling there at the end of the budget
But
process.
is that the first time it's been that different?
First time in my experience I've ever seen something like that.
So what, they just weren't doing their job right, or
I
It
think,
was a surprise.
I mean, that's pretty tremendous of a.
It was, yeah.
I think there may have been extenuating circumstances
Cough syrup.
on that.
Cough syrup?
Well, that's protest time. And they're being asked to predict the protest and the
Yes.
results of the protests.
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes that may be a little hard to predict.
Yeah, if there's a lot of protests in a year, certainly, that could lead to it.
Yeah. Okay. Then council, I don't see any Q&A from press and public, anybody? So if there's no further comments, there being no further items on our agenda, I will adjourn us at 10:03.
Thank you to all the staff that took the time to
Thank
put all
you
this.
to